Okay, now that we're recording, who would like to go first on character creation? Do we want Cole, or the artist formerly known as Cole, or Android?
Let Cole go first.
Oh, so he's the sacrificial lamb. Okay.
Sounds good to me.
All right, let's see. I'm gonna open up Stoic here. All right, there's a list of playbooks. Playbooks are kind of like a character class, but not really. Are there any ones that interest you? If you're curious about overlapping, right now we have a Hound, we have a Whisper, and we have a Cutter.
1 second. Go back to the... Okay, you said we have a Hound, we have a Cutter, and we have a Whisper, you said?
Yes.
Now
Now you can double up, but I know a lot of people are a little gun shy about doubling up on essentially what our class is.
I didn't really get a chance to look at these much, so give me just 1 second, sorry.
No, it's fine.
You
There's
said Hound, Cutter, and Whisper, you said?
Yeah.
We're already taken? Okay, cool.
And we're looking at the first ones, right? Where it says Whisper, Spider, Slide, Lurk, Leech.
Yeah, there's only really 7 classes, but
Okay.
I'll go over the ones that aren't chosen. But leeches are pretty good at using alchemy, and they can wreck stuff. They arguably get the best item in the game, which is called a bandolier, which has 3 alchemical ingredient or 3 alchemies in it, which means you can start with grenades, which are kind of a big deal, or drugs or other things. But they're basically like your mad scientist alchemists. Lurks are your shadows, like your assassins. Slides are your charisma-based characters. They're very good at socializing. And spiders are your masterminds. They're good at like boosting other people, and they really benefit from like flashbacks and stuff.
Okay, okay. I will go with the Lurk.
Ah, gonna be sneaky.
Gonna try to be.
Okay, so if you open up your character sheet, you have it open, right?
Yep.
Cool. So this is the Lurk. You start with 2 dots in Prowl, 1 in Finesse, and you get to choose one of those special abilities. If you can't choose one, the top one's almost always good.
You said 2 dots in Prowl, 1 in Finesse.
They should already be there. That you'll see like the red blips.
Oh, I just clicked them.
Okay. So go ahead and take a moment to go over those special abilities and just see if there's anyone that pops out to you. Feel free to ask any questions you need to.
Let's go with expertise.
All right. So expertise, which is basically when you choose one of your action ratings when you lead a group action. So which action rating do you want to have expertise in?
And that's going to be on the cheat sheet. Not entirely sure what some of those are. Well, given the situation, which one do you think would be a good starter?
So so this one only really comes into play when you're leading group actions.
Mm-hmm.
It's probably not a great one to start with, to be perfectly honest.
Oh, expertise?
Yeah, it's a great.
Okay.
It's one of those abilities that'll be great, but usually I prefer you guys to start with something really like what's the word I'm looking for? Really selfish, I guess would be one. So expertise, because it's so limited in scope, it's not going to come up a ton.
Mm-hmm.
If you do want to start with this one, I would choose either Prowl, or something that's pretty good. Because the way a group action works is when you lead a group action, everybody rolls and you just keep the highest for the group. But for every 1 to 3 that's rolled, you take a point of stress. And what this means is that you only will ever take 1 stress. But I think everybody but one person like has Prowl. And Prowl's
Okay.
going to be like what you're really good at. Because Prowl's like your sneaking, but it's also your ambushing as well. Now, in the core book, there is somewhere.
So would Shadow be more beneficial then?
So Shadow's a special armor. So that's really good. Like if you want that extra like safeguard from getting caught. Like if you just roll really poorly and you get a
Mm-hmm.
bad consequence, like if you're sneaking through like let's say like the Lamp Black's hideout, and you roll a 1 to 3, so you fail, and then everybody's alerted to you. You can be like, hey, I want to use Shadow to not have everybody be alerted to me, but instead maybe only like a couple people, because it basically uses to downgrade a consequence. Armors are pretty good. Like I said, armors are pretty good for consequences, but this one is probably limited in scope. If you want my opinions on the stuff that's really good to start out with, Infiltrator, because that's going to come up every session.
Okay.
Ghost Veil, because you can literally fucking turn invisible. Um, what's it? Let's see. Daredevil and the top one's always really good if you can't really think of one. I
Okay.
just don't want
Let's
you.
go with
I just don't.
Infiltrator. Keep it simple.
Yeah, I just don't want you to fall into a trap of like an ability that's not ever going to really be used very much.
Okay. Appreciate that.
Yeah, now keep in mind, you see those next to Special Abilities Plus, you see those like little flags?
Special ability plus.
It's right under the
Oh
logo.
yes, yes,
Yeah,
yes, yes.
that's your experience. So like, when these fill up, because I'm clicking on them now and they should be turning red for you.
Yeah.
That maxes out, you get another special ability.
Oh,
So
cool.
you'll get more than this one. It just your character will have to develop.
Sounds good.
Okay, where's my little cheat sheet? Okay, now you need to choose a heritage. Now, heritage is basically where you come from in the game. Let me see if I can find them. If you have the core book open, it will be on page 53 or 62 on the PDF. There are a few actions. Basically, go and give a moment to look those over real quick.
Let's see. That's the.
It'll be like Akaros or Aruvia or Severos. And these are...
I'm just trying to figure out which link it is. Sorry.
Oh, yeah, it should be the topmost one.
Topmost one. Okay. Oh, there we go. Move that over here. And you said it was page 82.
62 on the PDF.
62.
Or
Okay.
53 in the actual book.
62. Let's keep it simple again and go with Akaros.
Okay.
So we have a lurk now?
Yes.
Is that what I heard?
Yes, we have
Yes.
a lurk. Okay, so Akaros, which basically means you're like an Imperial in Skyrim. That's great. Alright, now you go down just one page, and at the very top of the next page, you'll see a list of backgrounds. So choose which one of those backgrounds you came from.
Let's go military.
All right, now I need a background detail from you. So, what did you specifically do in the military?
Let's go with intelligence operative.
One second.
Specialize in acquiring intel.
So, on a fun note,
Fine.
you chose the exact same background and background detail as Anatoly. So, do you guys want to start off knowing each other? Perhaps having worked in the same military intelligence. You both picked military intelligence operative. Like
I'm alright
literally
with
the
that
same detail.
If Ross is good with it, yeah.
Well, Ross has stepped away. He's gonna be away from his mic for a second, and he's muted even if he's not. So we will
Well,
ask.
if he's good with it, yep. If not, nope.
All right. I just thought that was funny because man. Okay, we have your background and we have your heritage. Now we're going to assign the rest of your dots. So right now you have a finesse of 1 and a prowl of 2. Now we have 4 other dots to play with. We need 1 dot that represents your heritage. We need 1 dot that represents your background, and then you have 2 dots to put wherever you want. So what do you think you learned from just being from Akaros, basically from the Imperium?
Probably survey.
Okay, so you learned how to survey the land, get information, that kind of thing. And what about
Yep.
from being an intelligence operative?
Probably. What is hunt exactly?
Hunt is, well, first it covers hunting, tracking. It's also your shooting skill.
And I'm assuming skirmish is just like fighting.
Well, a lot of these overlap. So hunt is good for shooting. Skirmish is good for fighting. You could also fight with finesse if it's like a one-on-one duel. And of course, you can even kind of fight with Tinker if you throw a bomb at someone.
I would say either hunt or study then.
Well, choose one.
And I'm assuming studying is like acquiring information and research.
Yes, but it's also studying people, like kind of like getting an insight on them.
All right, let's go with study then.
10.
I feel like that would be important.
This guy's a nerd.
It's Tolman all over again.
Shadow Tolman. Okay. What's next? 2 dots of whatever you want. Tinkering is kind of building things, but tinkering is also picking locks. Hunting is, we just kind of went over. Studying surveyor, kind of gathering information on things. Finesse could also be picking locks, but it's usually not as good as Tinker at it. But finesse is also like sleight of hand. Prowl is like lurking in the shadows. Skirmish is fighting. Wrecking is breaking down walls, kicking down doors, blowing shit up. Attune is attuning to the ghost field and making ghosts do things for you. Command is intimidation and being bossy. Consort is schmoozing with allies or, the upper class. And swaying is getting your way via sweet talking.
Okay. You said I have 2 points?
Yeah, real quick though, I want to point this out because I don't want you to get blindsided. When you go to regain stress, stress is kind of like your resource, your superpower in this game.
Mm-hmm.
You do so by indulging in your vice, and a vice roll is your lowest attribute. Because right now you have an insight of 2, you have a prowess of 2, and you have a resolve of 0. Because the way you figure up your attribute is you take the first dot in every action rating in that attribute chain, and that's your total for that attribute. So your resolve sucks right now. So you're not gonna really get stressed. You probably want to put at least 1 dot in a resolve skill. Basically, is what I'm saying.
Okay. In that case, let's put 1 in attune, and let's go with that last one in tinker.
Okay. So you can build stuff and pick locks.
feel like that might be important for this character.
Okay, we're gonna scroll down a little bit. Underneath, like sort of on the right where it says notes, you'll see items, and below items you're gonna find acquaintances.
Mm-hmm.
These are 5 people you know. One of them is going to like you and be an ally, and one of them is going to hate you and be your rival. So, which one do we want to like us? Which one do we want to hate us?
um, let's go Darmit, the blue coat. He's gonna like us.
He's gonna like us? Okay.
And then I kind of want it to be ironic that Frake, the locksmith, hates us.
He keeps breaking all my locks, that son of a bitch. Okay, let's do it. So,
Why not?
Frake's over there, like, on the street corner, like, I've invented the unbreakable lock, and then this asshole comes along.
Pretty much.
Okay. So, now we have 2 blue coats who kind of like, at least the crew / individuals, because the crew also has a blue coat ally.
Oh, do we want to change it up so we have a little bit more variety?
Well, the crew is a crew contact for everybody, but also you can burn these. Like, an ally could end up hating you, and a rival could end up liking you. Like, it depends on how it plays in game. So it's not a bad thing to have multiples, like, just in case. Because when you perform a heist, when the heist resolves, there's a consequence roll of what happens because of the heist. And some of those, like, one of the bad ones is one of your allies betrays you. So it's always good to have multiples, just in case.
Okay.
Alright. Now we get to choose our vice. If you're on, if you're in the core book, just scroll down a page or 2. It should be on page 64/55, depending on what you're using. And there are essentially 7 vices. There's faith, which is you're dedicated to an unseen power, a forgotten god, or an ancestor spirit. There's gambling, games of chance, sporting events. There's luxury, which is expensive and ostentatious displays of opulence. There's obligation, which is family, a cause, an organization, charity. Pleasure, which is lovers, but it could also be food, drink, drugs. And then there's stupor, which could also be food, drink, and drugs, but you're just doing it to excess, or you're getting your ass kicked in the fighting pits. Anything to just take your mind off day-to-day life. And then there's weird shit, like fucking what Anatoly has.
Alright, let's go with... Make it kind of weird. He's going to be a foodie. Pleasure food.
Oh, so like, okay, Nikolai is also a foodie.
Damn it. Okay, never mind.
These are fine. These are fine. Like, it's it's not a bad thing to double up, and it's not like you're doing this intentionally. So,
alright, that's fine.
Nikolai has a pleasure vice for sweets, specifically.
Oh, okay.
So, real quick, you're taking pleasure. Okay, pleasure food. Now hold on, let's go vice purveyors, because they're in a freaking... They're like on page 299, I think. Alright. So, let's go to pleasure. There are a list on page 299 of the book, which would be 308 on the PDF. There's a list of vice purveyors. So just look through those real quick. It's luxury, pleasure, and pleasure stupor are all kind of there.
Mm-hmm.
The only thing I would suggest is not taking the exact same vice dealer as Nikolai.
Who did he pick?
Martin Goal. I'm sorry.
Okay. do.
But there is like there's like Chef Roselle, who's like the Golden Plum in Six Towers, which is a big fancy restaurant. There's who else? The Emperor, yeah, Lady Freyla. There's a few of them. I also like the idea of like maybe you guys have, because you guys have been a gang, so maybe you've known each other just long enough that your vices have rubbed off on each other.
Let's go with Puck's Bowlin, the Harping Monkey Tavern and Night Market.
Is he under pleasure or?
Pleasure Stupor. Is that the wrong one?
No, that's right. I see him. He's the second one. Pucks. What a name. Pucks Bolin. Yeah, the Harping Monkey. What a name. Now, is it a specific kind of food, or is it just...
He just likes really good food. Like, he's a total foodie.
is good, because, like, peasant food in this game fucking sucks.
If it's a delicacy, he wants it, basically.
Okay.
Let's not make the military guy a alcoholic. A little too generic.
Alright, so we have our vice. Now you just need to think of a name, an alias, and a look.
Alright, I saw that the names were up here somewhere. It's like 53 or something like that. Nope, nope, further.
They're also on page 2 of the player kit.
That helps. Player kit, page 2. And I'm assuming family names are last names?
Yes.
Okay.
Alright, well, you look over that. If you look at the top right corner of your character sheet, there's a little green lock if you haven't unlocked it. You just click it once and it becomes red, and then you can edit your sheet. But I'm going to close your sheet.
Okay.
Because pretty much we don't got really much else to do. So just do the rest of that, like your name and your look. Find a piece of art, and then I'll move over to Andrew real quick.
Alrighty, sounds good.
Andrew, do you want to be a slide?
I was looking at it and I was debating between that or I was looking also at Hole.
Oh, you can't be a hole. You can't start
you can't
start as a ghost, a hole, or a vampire. That's a after your character dies, you might be able to become a hole.
Gotcha.
Yeah, because
And
that's
yeah,
basically a golem that's possessed by a ghost.
Gotcha. Okay, cool. Yeah, I was originally I should have taken first because I think I was looking at Lurk, but yeah, I think I'll take Slide in that case.
Okay, so you want to be charismatic.
Charismatic, yeah.
The slide was very wrong. Whatever class item you were using, it wasn't the correct one, so I put the right one in. All right.
Sweet. So there's that.
All right. So choose a playbook. You want to be a slide. What do you want your heritage to be?
Heritage was. Let's see. Let's do Skovlin.
Oh, so you want to be like Northern, essentially. The Skovlins are kind of looked down upon. They're the most recently conquered part of the Empire. They had a 36-year war that ended like 2 years ago. So there's a lot of them in Duskwall because they're basically like they're immigrants and like refugees.
Yeah.
So you'll certainly blend in. Okay, so you want to be a Skovelander. What do you want your background to be?
I was thinking noble for background.
Oh,
As one of the last conquered places, maybe a fallen line or something. I don't know.
Okay, and what specific background background detail do you want? A disgraced noble, like.
Oh, I don't think I saw that. So I have the Blades of the Dark cheat sheet open, and then I also have the player kit.
So
What
noble,
is
they
that?
give you examples in the book. It'd be like a dilettante, a courtier, like a scion of a fallen house. We do have another character who's a noble. Let's see.
Oh, you do.
And Azra went noble, scion of a fallen house.
Gotcha.
Maybe you're a noble who kind of sold out to the Empire, or maybe you're disgraced in a way. Who knows? Maybe you are a
Yeah.
dilettante.
Yeah, let's do that. What you said, disgrace. I'll do. I'm just trying to find the right Google Doc.
Oh, I was reading at the core book. Okay, so now we have action dots. We need one that represents you being a Skovlander. We need one that represents you being a noble.
So maybe study for noble.
He learned to read because he's a nerd.
'Cause I'm a nerd. And then what was the other one?
One
For being a
for being a Skovlander.
What is skirmish? When you skirmish, you entangle a target and close. No.
It's fighting up close, essentially.
You unleash set. No. Quietly, you might. Let's do prowl.
Okay, so you're good at being athletic and stealthy, essentially.
Yeah. Yeah.
Alright, and then you have 2 dots to put wherever you would like.
In the same places. Let's see. Sway. I already have sway.
Actually, before we do those last 2 dots, we definitely slid right over special abilities. So let's go do special abilities, because this might affect where you want your last 2 dots.
Gotcha. Is it okay? So is it this is the only time you choose special abilities, or do those do those move around throughout game, or is
You
this just
start
like
with
a
one.
time?
You start with one, but where your special abilities experience gets all the way up, it's your playbook experience. You can choose another one.
Gotcha. Okay. This is guys. I was looking between the cloak and dagger or the mesmerism.
Those are both pretty good, actually. So is like looking into the mirror.
Yeah, I saw that one too. Let's do.
Though we are a group of bravos, so maybe we don't need to be. But it is good to be social, so.
I'm thinking of. Oh, we are a group of bravos, so we're like more hit up front. Let's do looking in the mirror. I like that one. Yeah.
Okay, so you always know when someone is lying to you.
Mm-hmm.
It's one of the most straightforward special abilities. It's like no roll, no stress. You just fucking know.
Just know it.
All right, so you have 1 point. You have 2 more dots. You can't put any skill above 2 at this juncture.
Okay.
But the main social skills are sway, concert, and command.
Then let's put 1 in command. And let's do 1 in what is you survey, anticipate outcomes. You might spot telltale signs. Let's do survey.
Alright, so you're good at studying situations as well. Alright, so let's choose 1 close friend and 1 rival. So if you go down to acquaintances, you choose one of these that likes you and one of these that dislikes you. It's gonna be real fucking awkward if you pick Basso Baz. I will just flat out tell you that. Because he is the leader of the Lamp Blacks, who you are currently enemies with.
Let's say doesn't like me, Nyrix or Nyrix.
Okay.
How you say that? Probably owe them money. And let's say likes me, tavern owner, Clara.
Cool.
Clara.
You also fell into my trap.
Oh God.
So look at the prostitute. What's their name?
Nyrix?
Go look on the whisper sheet real quick.
Oh crap.
It's like one of the very few NPCs that appears on multiple playbooks. Spoiler alert, they're both.
Gosh, says Hound, there's Leech, there's Lurk, Slide, Spider, Whisper.
Alright, moving on.
Fun.
So, what is your vice?
Let's do, where was it? It was luxury. Oh no, wait, was it pleasure? Pleasure? No. Yeah, pleasure. I like the bathhouse.
Okay, so you want pleasure? And who's your purveyor again?
That is Singer, right? Luxury, pleasure.
Yeah, Singer, the bathhouse and Crow's Foot. Okay, what's your pleasure? Being clean.
Being clean. I mean, it's the noble in me.
Okay. Is there anything else we missed? Was that everything? So we need your name, your alias, your look. Which that you can kind of do on your own, but real quick, I want both you and, let's see, you and Arvis. So Arvis, you guys are the 66ers, and the, ability, the special ability you guys chose is dangerous. So each PC may add 1 action rating to hunt, skirmish, or wreck, up to a maximum of 3. So you guys can go and add 1 dot to hunt, skirmish, or wreck.
You hunt, you carefully attack a target and follow a person to scope.
All right, quick question about that for skirmish. Like, if I wanted to have my character like throw knives, would that be skirmish or hunt?
You could do it with either, to be honest. One of them probably better than the other.
Finesse, maybe?
You could also possibly do it with finesse. It depends on what your goal is what's going to be best. If it's throwing knives at long range, it's probably going to be hunt. If it's throwing knives to like pin somebody's cloak against a wall, it's going to be finesse. Or if it's throwing knives in like mid-range just to stab a motherfucker, it's probably going to be skirmish.
Well, let's go hunt then, just to give them the option of shooting.
I'll give you the say one and give everybody else. There will be so many mistakes as we learn this system because it's been like 7 years. I think it was 7 years was a while ago, like the last time I ran this game, like 6 or 7 years.
So hunt, skirmish, or wreck. I think I might do wreck.
So you're good at breaking things.
Yeah, I thought the thing about sabotage, distraction, stuff like that. So. Can we fix it?
Okay, so we have our crew upgrades. Do we want to change one now? I pointed out to you guys earlier. earlier in the week. When we did crew, we kind of focused on the Bravo specific upgrades and kind of bypassed the generic crew upgrades because I was going through the core book, and in the core book, for some reason, they decided to put those just in entirely different sections. So it just got skipped over. Because right now, our upgrades are Bravos rigging and elite thugs. Now you start with a cohort of regular thugs, and you start with training and prowess. But we can remove the elite thugs, and we can remove the Bravos rigging, and choose any two you would like. I am, of course, not talking to myself. That was a question, and I would like feedback from you guys.
Alright. I'm sorry, try that one more time.
I said I went over the crew upgrades. Last time we chose crew upgrades, but we focused on the Bravo specific ones and not the generic ones. I mentioned earlier in the week what happened and gave you guys time to research and look up stuff, just in case you wanted to change any of them.
Yeah, I think we should change the elite thugs.
Oh yeah, because we talked about, what was it, the hidden?
Oh, grabbing quarters.
Quarters.
Yeah,
So we can
quarters.
actually
I think we
sleep in our
have hidden.
boxcar.
Yeah, I think we have hidden, and we were gonna grab quarters.
You don't have hidden.
No.
No,
I think
thought we
that's
did.
we were going to
You
do
have
hidden
Bravos
and quarters.
rigging and elite thugs.
I think we were taking away elite thugs. I thought.
To go
Yeah.
with quarters or hidden. We weren't sure which one. Which.
I thought we took hidden because we had 2 coins to start, and we spent 1 to get the crows to like not hate us, and the other was to get hidden. I thought.
No, the other one was to get the crows.
Inspectors to like us.
Yeah, it was to get another faction to like you a little more.
Oh,
We use both of them on faction stuff. Yeah.
okay. So do we want hidden or quarters? I think
Quarters
they're
means we can sleep there, right?
Yeah,
Yeah,
it means
I
you
can-
can live there. Yeah.
Yeah, we can't live there if. Oh, holy moly! Can't live there if we don't have it, but it would be a hidden base. But we'd have to find somewhere to settle down. We
Yeah,
could
I
settle
was-
down in a tavern.
Yeah, I was gonna say that the full paranoia build is usually both hidden and quarters. Because it's like we never leave and they never find us. And basically, hidden is pretty self-explanatory. It makes it harder for your enemies to find your base. Usually, your lair doesn't come under attack unless you're in a really bad way. Like you need to be kind of you need to have your tier reduced from, like your tier 0 with a stronghold. You would need to go like, you would have to be reduced to tier 0 with a weak hold, and then be reduced again, and that's when you only have your lair, and they're basically knocking on your door. That being said, certain powerful NPCs and other factions could start clocks or projects specifically to find your lair to bypass that mechanic. And the hidden would make that clock like a bigger clock or a harder clock to accomplish.
Okay. Yeah, I think quarters sounds good if that's what you guys want to do.
Yeah, I'm down.
Sounds good for me.
That works.
Okay, I don't know why Boathouse got added, but let's delete Boathouse.
Boathouse.
Suddenly we have a boat. Okay, so we have Bravos rigging, which is you get 2 free load worth of weapons and armor items. And then we have quarters, which means you all live in your train car. Currently, your hunting grounds is in Crowsfoot. And yeah, let's see. Arvis,
Sure.
just send me your art, and I'll give you a token in line with everybody else's at a later date.
Copy
Who's our
that.
cohort?
What's that?
It says we have a cohort.
You
Who's that?
start with a cohort, and you start with
Oh.
training and prowess training, just for being bravos. Like those just come with the territory.
Gotcha.
They're like free.
Nice.
You just took away the upgrade to make those cohort elite.
Yeah. Because they were gonna kind of be like a pain in the butt anyway.
Oh, that's just for me.
Yeah.
You did make them, what is it, like reliable, or sorry,
Oh, that's right.
they have ethics and they're unreliable, so they just disappear from doing crime for randomly to like go help charities and shit.
Right.
But also the lamp blacks don't like you. I almost said blackhearts. The lamp blacks don't like you because you poached them from the lamp blacks.
That's right.
All right, go and let's see, Andrew. Go and do you have a name yet?
I do not. Once. Let's see.
Okay, so now we have Arvis Slain, also known as Echo, the other military intelligence operative.
It's the Trace Echo. Nice.
So yeah, Trace and Echo, even similar names.
Arvis and Anatoly.
You do know that I can now literally refer to both. If Anatoly, Arvis, and Azra are in the same rune, I could just call them AAA.
AAA.
Who are you gonna call?
I was just
Triple A.
I was just about to pick an A name until you said that,
Sweet.
and now I'm not quite.
No! Join us, the 4 A's and an N.
Like, welcome
Yeah,
to
so-
our group. Nah.
Oh, you got to pick a D name so it can be and.
And okay, yeah, why not?
Actually, if you pick a D name, I could call you. I could call you Nada.
Just not an L name, okay?
Yeah, please.
Or
Took
an
me a
S
second,
name.
but yeah, please no.
Oh, I didn't even hear what was said. I was just like,
He said, please don't pick an L name.
Why not?
Then we'd be anal.
Oh. You could pick an S. You could pick an S name. It could be Nads.
Nads, I love it.
or sand.
Nads.
Sand.
Go Nads,
Sand.
go Nads, go Nads.
Go Nads. Oh no.
That's the chant every time we come into town.
Ah, we're all children.
Let's see, and then that will be. Why didn't it change?
It changed. You're Drav Dunville.
Yeah. Oh, come on.
If there ever was a dwarf in Dunville, I'm sorry, Duskfall, like, it might have that name. Alright, so we have 2 military operatives, 2 former nobles, and then poor Nikolai over here as an underworld thug. And that's your gang.
We replaced Cole with Nikolai.
Kind of, yeah.
Nikolai is clearly the bad influence of this group.
He's just hungry.
Have you seen his art? He has to eat a lot.
Well, I think I deleted myself by accident somehow. I didn't know I could do that. Oh, there he is. Oh, I can move him.
You can, in fact, move them. You could probably move the lair and hunting ground tokens too, because you should have ownership of them, but don't.
No.
Why is our lair in the middle of the ocean? Is your alias really TikTok?
It is.
That's banned in Dustwall, though. They just passed that law.
But then repealed it 30 minutes later.
New governor came to power, and
Yeah. Don't you know how much fentanyl we're shipping across the border to you guys?
Canadian drugs are the best drugs. So we have
46
Trace.
pounds last year.
Hmm?
I said 46 pounds last year.
Wow.
Not to you personally. I meant like the nation.
It's 10 million lethal doses.
All right, so we have Anatoly, also known as Trace, Arvis, also known as Echo, Azra, known as the Empress. We have Nikolai, known as Beast, and then we have Drav, known as TikTok.
Tick, tock, tick, tock.
Like
I mean-
y'all are taking too long. Tick tock, or
You're
I'm
not
the talker.
gonna lie. Every time I think of Drav, I'm just gonna think of like Kesha from like the early 2000
TikTok.
teens.
Oh,
Clock.
man.
He's gonna start doing that. How do we add
Drav
our
probably
look?
is the karaoke of the group, yeah.
That should be my vice.
Well, your vice purveyor is called Singer.
It is.
It's a bathing house. Maybe you sing in the shower.
Yes. Where do you add look?
It's right underneath, like, where it says Scoblin and whatnot. It just says look. It's right next to pronouns.
Ah, gotcha.
So you guys, I will go over this real quick. So we are a daring you have a daring reputation, and you're bravos. And basically, and you have a favorite hunting ground action of extortion. So you're just really good at extorting people. Now, daring does mean if you ever complete a mission that's considered daring, it's a crew experience trigger. I think I forgot to mention that last time. However, so being daring will get you experience, but you could also develop a new reputation as well. And also get experience for developing that new reputation. So it just kind of depends. Now, we all have our characters. Now, we don't have art for everybody. We still need Drav. We don't really need art to start. I am going to go ahead and have us all take a little bit of a break because we've been at it for an hour. And I need to make sure I have plenty of liquid for all the talking I'm about to do. So I will we'll go and meet back up at like 8 o'clock Central, so in about 8 minutes. I feel like that would be that's good. So I'll see you then.
Sound good.
More time to work on my accent. Nope, that wasn't it.
Are we all going Russian? Or what are we doing?
I don't think everyone's going Russian. I think Nikolai and I are.
Alright. Sounds good.
Yeah. But we were in the same unit?
Sounds good to me.
Cool. It's good to have a friend.
I should just throw a wrench in this and be like the Australian in the group.
Sweet.
Dynamite.
Say TikTok in an Australian accent.
TikTok. No, that's
Yeah.
whoa. That's
Ooh,
whoa.
nice.
Tick. Oh gosh.
TikTok.
The crocky with the TikTok.
Nice. The crocky with the TikTok. Oh man, I cannot do TikTok. Wow.
All right, 1 second. I'm gonna switch batteries.
It's gonna blow my mind, man. I think I got art.
Sweet.
Let's figure out.
All right, can everyone hear me?
Yeah.
All right, sweet. It worked. A half a battery should have lasted me the rest of the night, but didn't want it to die right in the middle of something.
Fair enough.
On my headset.
I think I need to replace my headset soon.
I hate when that happens.
It's just getting old.
Mm-hmm.
I forget what's the site that you can make your icon
Token stamp
with a
2.
token stamp. That's what it was. Thank you.
Yeah.
That's very fitting. Nikolai looks like a Russian prize fighter.
Yep. What does that mean?
That
Oh, I'm still going through my getting ready for the thing next week.
thing next week. Okay.
Yeah, sorry. The course that I'm teaching next week.
Oh, nice.
This is one of the things. Confirm what they did right in their good intuitions. That's fine. Using the theoretical information dealing with techniques that promote listening. What theoretical information? It's like, okay. I don't know what they mean when they say theoretical information, but they do mention it a lot.
That's a weird expression. Theoretical information.
It could be information. It couldn't be. I don't know. It's kind of theory. Whatever.
Pertain to, yeah.
Okay, so number 4 here, it says theoretical information. Refer to the triads throughout this theoretical information on active listening. So I'm supposed to provide a whole talk about what an active listener is and what it's good for and stuff like that, and refer to a worksheet that a role play that they did. Okay. I don't know. Is active listening that unknown though?
For some
You'd
people.
be surprised.
Yeah, I suppose.
They say that most people listen with the intent to respond,
To answer,
to
yeah.
understand, yeah.
Yeah, you are correct.
So active listening, I think, it's actually probably rare.
Yeah.
If you think of the number of times you tell somebody something and they ask questions about it.
Mm-hmm.
They're usually like, "Oh yeah, oh that sucks."
It is a
Anyway,
very useful
yeah.
thing, but yeah.
Anyway, about my thing.
About my lunch, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh god, Deborah's being such a pain right now.
Yeah.
And the person's just like, thanks, I feel really listened to.
Exactly.
Totally felt heard and validated. Yeah. This guy just wants to talk about his lunch that he hates Deborah.
Okay, but let's be real here. Deborah is such a bitch.
I mean, I wasn't going to say it, but
Piece of cake stealing bitch.
okay. So here's another question for all y'all,
Yeah,
because I've never encountered this.
hmm
But are like lunch thieves in the workplace really that common?
Yes.
Yes.
It depends. Yeah, I've never had
Holy
to deal with
fuck!
it. I've never had to deal with it, but there's like almost one in every office though.
And the bigger the company, the more there are.
Yeah, especially if you don't have a camera. But like, I worked in a pretty big factory for a very long time, and I brought lunches all the time, but I never had them stolen.
We
I
We
don't get it
actually
then. Yeah.
we actually have cameras in our break room.
Jesus.
Well, we did too, and we have these big like open front refrigerators. They're like they're almost like the
Yep.
soda vending like refrigerators that have the glass in the front. And we had somebody like lose a whole fucking pizza. Like they bought a pizza and brought it to work, and so like and somebody stole it. But no, I never had mine stolen, so I guess I got lucky.
Yeah, I can't say I've ever had mine stolen in all the workplaces that I've worked in.
All right, is everybody back?
I think so.
I got most of the way through. Oh, maybe not.
I don't know why I can't figure out how to
Nope.
load my.
Talk about something
Image.
that I would imagine would piss you off too.
Like
What, having your lunch eaten?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you're like, oh, okay, yeah, it's finally lunchtime. I'm going to the break room and have my sandwich. Where's my
No,
fucking
Sammy.
sandwich?
Yeah.
It's not like I can go get anything because I only get 30 minutes to eat. Son of a...
It is one of those things that, like, I've had to do kind of role plays around before,
Mhm.
and just like, how would you help deal with this situation? And it's always just like, I don't. What does this happen? I guess it does. Because I can't imagine it being very. I can imagine it being a very big piss off for the person that's the victim of it. But I can't imagine ever being so callous as to just be like, yeah, this isn't mine. I'm going to eat it. So when you get like laced X-Lax and stuff in people's food and shit, just 'cause- yeah. Good lord.
Yeah, that's the common one. Some people say that's illegal, but it's technically not. It's illegal to give medicine to someone without their consent or knowledge, but you're not making it for someone else. You're making it for yourself.
You're
so that's on
you're
them.
not administering it to anybody but you.
Yeah.
Damn it, how do I get rid of that black box around my token?
I'll make a token for you later. I just
Appreciate that, thank you.
Don't want to do it now.
Yeah, no worries.
Right, meow.
Write this meow.
Yeah, see?
All right, so we're all back. Okay, let's begin. We don't have Azra here, and I'm gonna kind of skip over the new people just because, obviously, I couldn't plan for you. I had no idea what you're gonna be.
Sure.
So we are in the city of Duskfall. And this world is near 1,000 years removed from calamity. This was a beautiful world once. A world of fantasy, what we would call fantasy. Full of fae and strange creatures. Dragons and artifice that cruise the skies. But by human reckoning, about 837 years ago, something changed. The sun was shattered and cast from the sky, leaving the world drowning in night. The oceans turned as black as squid ink. And if you stare long enough into those abyssal depths, you can see stars. And worse yet, the greatest tragedy of all, the gates of death themselves were shattered and cast open, releasing the dead onto the world. Now, great leviathans roam the oceans, destroying everything in their path, chased by great vessels, the leviathan hunters who harvest their blood and what little they can cut off of these great beasts, while at the same time avoiding their wrath. The sun is still broken, with the only light in the sky being a scant few moments that were once dawn and dusk. And those who stare too long into the ink-black seas are driven mad by what they see. That same leviathan blood that's harvested by the hunters has been refined and manipulated through the sciences of spectrology and sparkcraft to be a fuel for the electricity that now powers the Empire. A scant few hundred years ago, what remained of mankind were huddled around ancient fortresses and archaic magics to keep the dead at bay. While now we have a lightning fence, a moat of what we would call Tesla coils, ever sparking, fueled by demon blood, keeping the dead at bay. No ghost can come through that. The people in Duskfall are safe from all but themselves. In this world of forever night is the city of Duskfall, ruled by gangs, long established, ruled by a military and greedy nobles who are little more than criminals themselves. And in this realm of darkness and chaos, of ghosts and demons, rests our, well, I don't want to call them heroes, for they're anything but, our band of scoundrels, the 66er's, who have made their home in the ruins of an old rail car, overgrown with vines and creeping mushrooms, abandoned and sequestered. Not hidden, but hidden enough to serve as a hideout. I will begin with Anatoly, because, as we know, Ross is an active listener. Anatoly, would you please let us get to know your character and put him in a situation where he is out and about in the streets of Duskwall?
Aye. Okay. I'm Anatoly. Military veteran. Worked in intelligence, studying and spying. Nah. More like scouting. Today's a dreary day, as all days are dreary. There used to be talk of sun, and but memory. Now we sit on the sidewalk of the city, smoking a cigarette, watching people as they pass. Azra's caught in a vice and Nicole is eating some beans. What do we get up to today?
So, is there a specific part of the city you would like to be? If so, go ahead and drag your token there.
Yeah, I won't be too far. I'll be in Coleridge, probably around. This looks like a central area.
So, sitting in the middle of Coleridge, the beating industrial heart, surrounded by tall, leaning buildings with smoke pipes belching black ichor into the dark skies. The smell of coal dust, thick, so thick as it falls from the skies that you're having to brush it off your clothes every once in a while. The people of Coleridge stumble by, drenched in soot and other things, going hither and thither about their daily lives, miserable as they are. And on the corner nearby, a mushroom hawker is selling leavings for people's mushroom gardens. One of the few things you have to eat for a day-to-day commoner here. Mushrooms, algae soup, and if you're lucky enough to catch a centipede or a few bugs, well, you get a little protein in with that as well. As you puff away on your cigarette, an unknown man sits next to you, Anatoly, with all the comfort, as if he knows you. This gentleman is about 6.5 feet tall and extremely thin. Arms are perhaps a little too long, skin is perhaps a little too translucent. But he looks at you and smiles at you, and his teeth can be described as a graveyard. Gray, large, and looking like tombstones that jut from a jaw. That's just a little too thin. Hello, Trace. It's been a while. You recognize the voice, but you don't recognize the man. But the voice belongs to Steiner, an old acquaintance, perhaps from your military days, who now takes work as an assassin.
Steiner, I don't recognize you. Good job.
We all have our cover identities. Do we not, Trace? Even you have yours.
Oh, yes, indeed. Now, what would...
He holds out his hand. May I? I kick the habit, but it's one of those days.
Yes. I'll share a cigarette with him.
He takes
What?
it and allows you to light it if you'd be so kind.
Mm-hmm. What is one of those days?
I have a job. A lucrative job. And I'm having a bit of trouble with my quarry. And as I recall, you're one of the best damn scouts I ever put my eyes on. So I have a proposition for you. If you're interested in coin, that is.
Of course.
He takes a long drag from the cigarette, coughs a little before flicking the ash away. I hear you're in Crow's Foot now. Is that true?
Sorry? Didn't...
He speaks kind of like a raspy whisper. I hear you're in Crow's Foot now. Is that true?
Indeed. That is where we have set up.
Then this is perfect for you. For my quarry has gone to ground in Crow's Foot. And you're familiar with the lay of the land there.
You found the right person.
Takes another drag. I would like you and the 66ers to hunt a man named Carter Swain. He disappeared in Miser's Row 3 days hence. Kind of misusing the word, but he just continues. I need him dead, but I need to do the stabbing. If you find him for me, I'll split the bounty with you, like old times.
Aye. We can work towards that.
Good, good. This one is time sensitive. I don't need him now, but I need him in the next few days.
Hmm.
So don't think you need to drop everything for an old friend. But should you do this, I have some baubles from my last job that I will deliver to you once you deliver his location and I have placed my dagger between his ribs.
Perfect. How should we get in contact with you when we divine his location?
Send your crow to the nest, where it will
Hey.
reach me within hours. Now the nest, you know, is the crow's nest. The tower in the very center of Crowsfoot, I'll ping it. That happens to be the headquarters of, well, the Crows, which is a gang that you're currently paying up to. They are the tentative primary gang in Crowsfoot, but as you know, well, they're slipping a little bit since their leader Rorik was killed. He reaches into his long coat, gray and covered in dust, and he pulls out a small parchment paper folded around something. A taste, a promise. He kind of stands up and finishes cigarette. It'll be good to work with you again, Hound.
You as well.
And unless you stop him, the gentleman Steiner will wander into the crowd. And though he is a full head taller than everybody, such is the ability of Steiner that, well, about the third time you blink watching him go, he's just another face. Another person in the endless deluge of drudgery trundling about the streets of Coleridge.
That man has cloaking skills like Avis. Best I get back to the boxcar. Tell them the job that's afoot. And I'll probably wait like 15 minutes to be inconspicuous. Just get up. Probably have another cigarette. Crush it beneath the boot and wander back.
Wander back to the cart. Excellent, excellent. Nikolai, would you do me a favor of placing yourself somewhere in Duskfall and introduce us to your character and what he is doing?
Right. In the interest of staying around the same sort of area, Nikolai is he's walking along the neighborhoods on the waterline, and he's a large, rough-looking man with almost like workman's clothing on. Looks like a laborer. He has an easy smile that, you know, sort of hangs on his lips most of the time. But his eyes are constantly scanning around, looking for things. Like he never feels completely safe. And he's sort of strolling along the housing, and in his hand is a brown paper sack that the top folded down. And as he strolls along, he eats the occasional roasted beetle from the bag, from the sack. And he just preternaturally has some sort of food object on him at all times, munching away.
Roasted beetles, coated in some kind of sweetener. The beetles themselves taste of nothing but that strange sweetness, though they do burst in your mouth with every bite. Along the river you can see boats, not just the gondoliers ushering people to and fro, but you see boats of people scraping algae and scum off of the river to collect, to use as food, whatever meager sustenance that may provide. On the buildings to the other side of you, people sit on the steps, taking breaks from whatever toil they are under in this darkness. The glow of a electroplasmic lamp lights your face in blue, that easy smile, doing a lot to assuage people's worry, but that dangerous build and demeanor of yours does keep most people at bay. Much like the hound Echo, Beast also hears a familiar voice. Hey Nikolai, I've been looking for you for hours! Come here, says a about 4.5 foot tall, very, very rotund gentleman, covered in a butcher's apron and a lot of blood. This man is just covered in old and fresh blood, sort of mixed together, walking about as if it doesn't matter at all. This would be Sawtooth.
Oh, hey, Sawtooth! It's good to see you again.
It's good to see you too, you big fucker, he says, not actively listening, but just waiting to respond.
Yes. Oh, what can I do, huh? You're looking for me for something, huh?
Of course I am. You're the biggest fucker I know. Look. Are you working? Or do you have perhaps time to talk business?
No, I always have time for you, huh, Sawtooth? What do you need favor?
Oh, I need something from you, Nikolai. I need something. Look. He kind of hunkers down and kind of tries to pull you into a nearby alley. Mind if we talk a little privately?
Beetle? And he holds out the bag and shakes it.
The fat man just, doesn't hesitate. He reaches one of his, pudgy-fingered hands in there and pulls out, 3 beetles, popping into his mouth, chewing them. No, these are sweet! Where did you get them?
Oh, I pay extra. I buy them from the food cart. Huh? The girl, she pushes down by the river. I don't ask where she gets them.
He kind of, nods his head back and forth, he's, kind of in thought, and then pops another one in his mouth. No, they're good. They're good. Thank you. I needed that. It's a long fucking walk from Crow's Foot, that's for damn sure.
Yes.
Now that he kind of pulls you into the alley. Look, Nikolai, I ain't gonna dance around. Somebody's been moving in on me, and I don't fucking like it. My business is disappearing. I have thugs coming to my shop, making comments about how I should move, find another place. He kind of waits to, read your face and whether or not you're interested in his plight.
Yeah, he sort of frowns and nods along. All right. Well, you want maybe I should come hang out at your place for a little while?
I don't know if we'll need to go that far, but... Look, I'm gonna be real fucking honest with you. It's the Lampblacks, I think. They have that look. Oil, factory smoke, you know the type.
Oh yes, I know them. They're not fans of ours.
Oh, really? Well, shit, they're not fans of mine either. Apparently they have a physiker of their own who doesn't like me setting up shop in Miser's Row. Miser's Row is a section of Crowsfoot that's not too far away from yours. I'll go and ping it. It's like this section.
Okay.
Sort of next door. They don't like me setting up shop. They want their own physiker to run things, and I'm thinking that physiker might need a physiker of his own. You catch my drift? Maybe if you talk to him, he'll leave me the fuck alone.
Yes. Where is he set up? Huh?
He looks at you. I just said he's in Miser's Row. I don't know exactly where.
Oh, okay. Yeah, he's in the same place. Okay. That should be easy to find.
His name is Stitch. Just look for the lampblacks. Do your thing. I don't care if he lives or dies, Nikolai, but I need him to leave me in peace. You do this, and I'll pay you, and I'll fix whatever wounds you get for this job, free of charge. He munches on another beetle. You didn't offer it, he just reached into the bag.
Oh! Hey, easy. I only have so many.
No, sorry. You know how I am with food. Kind of pats his rather fat stomach, and then kind of does this thing where he like takes his now blood-soaked sand and like tries to shake it off, but doesn't really work. All right, Nikolai. Whenever you can, man, I need you to handle this.
All right. Yeah. I can work on this. Yes, should not be a problem. I talked to my friends. Huh? Maybe we make something happen. Yeah.
Good. You know where to find me. Just let me know when it's done.
Alright, man. Hey, I see you later. Yeah, I go back to talk to my friends. Huh?
He nods his head.
And-
Thanks.
Yeah. And then, if as he reaches out for another beetle, Nikolai will pull the bag back. Like I say, man, I only got so many. And he heads off.
Fucking, you leave Sawtooth just there, just munching on your fucking sweet beetles. And he watches you go before he turns around and begins very slowly waddling his way back to Crowsfoot.
Give a man one beetle, he tries to take 3.
Such is the way of Duskwall. Alright, we will now...
Wish I had a job with a ready source of meat.
God, I'm getting flashback to, like, Cole. Clean out the meat locker! No! Speaking of, the artist formerly known as Cole, Arvis Slane, Echo the Hound. Will you please introduce your character and then show me where he is currently in this Duskfall map?
Arvis would be down here by the docks. Always a good place to listen. People coming in, shipments coming in, things to listen to, new secrets. So Arvis Slane is kind of an average height, fair features, darker hair, dark cloak. He just kind of likes to enjoy dancing from shadow to shadow, listening to conversations. Makes it a fun game to disappear when no one's looking and make himself appear to fit into the crowds.
As you play your game, your Dance of Shadows, mingling with them as if they're old allies, you can spot patrols of bluecoats in the area. More bluecoats than you're used to. Now, the bluecoats basically dress in long blue coats with silver buttons, and they have what we would consider like constable hats, like the tall, kind of like short-brimmed, very kind of tall dome-like hats. Almost like safari hats, but I think we all know what we mean when I say like a UK constable hat. with a badge depicting that they are, in fact, part of the Coleridge Bluecoats. And they're looking for something. They're looking at every face. There's 5 of them on one street. There's about 2 on another, and then a group of 3 farther down from you. You don't know what they're looking for, but you do recognize one of them. Because the man you recognize is Darmont, a bluecoat that you're allies with, perhaps a friend. How do you know Darmont, actually? Is he a friend from your old military days, or is he more of a recent acquaintance?
I would say he's more of a recent acquaintance after getting out of the military. Occasionally, Arvis likes to do some good, so he may have helped out get information to find people.
Well, Darmont is here in the group of 2, sort of at the end of the street that you're on. He's looking in the shadows, and you have the feeling that he might be looking for you.
I'd like to try and slide up behind him. Looking for me?
So Darmont is he's a pretty typical. He's clean shaven, very strong, like Skullblander features. Like a little hint of a tattoo, like creeping above his collar on his neck, perhaps hinting at a darker former life. However, he pales a little bit and almost jumps out of his fucking skin as you slide up next to him. Holy shit! Why do you have to do that every fucking time we talk, Echo?
Because I get the same reaction every time.
God damn it, man. Shivers down my fucking spine. The blue coat next to him is a big, burly, like, bear of a man. Definitely more of a bruiser type. Just kind of looks at you and just shrugs. And kind of backs away. Like he knows what this is about. He leaves you and Dartmouth to it.
So, what can I do for you?
Look, man, I'm just here for a courtesy call.
Oh?
Yes, your name came up in the local Bluecoats meeting. And, well, it's not good for you. So I thought, because we're friends and I owe you for the thing you did that one time, that I'll give you a taste of information because we're friends.
Oh my. So who did I piss off this time?
Who do you fucking think you pissed off, my friend? Frake.
Ah.
That little fucking weasel of a man just dropped a purse full of coin on our sergeant's desk. The man is fucking looking for you. He's paying a lot of money to round you up for some reason.
Well, that is unfortunate.
You need to handle this, or the Bluecoats are gonna handle you, and I can't promise anything if you're captured.
No, I understand. I wouldn't expect any favorites played.
He pulls out like a dingy, like brass flask and pulls from it. The strong, the smell of alcohol strong on his breath after he does so, and he puts it away. All right, courtesy fucking completed, my friend. Stay safe, or don't get caught.
That's the goal. Have a good night.
He does that thing where he like turns to talk to you. He's like, you, and you're like probably already gone. I fucking hate when he does that. So 2 job opportunities, and you're being hunted by Frake, an old friend, to use the term friend loosely. You returning to your lair?
Probably.
Alright. As you
If they're out
return,
looking, it'd be good to get me off the streets.
as you return to your cart, I'm sorry, your rail car. Trav.
That interaction made me think of Commissioner Gordon and Batman. Just turn around. What?
Kind of like I even did the Batman thing where it's like he's already gone.
Yeah.
All right, Trav, would you be so kind as to place your token wherever you would be? I would
It was
specify it
not
doesn't
letting
necessarily
me.
need to be Coleridge.
It was not letting me.
Oh, I went ahead and moved your token onto your sheet, onto the thing. Will it not let you move it?
Oh, there we go. Is that it? Boy. Okay. I think I can select it now. Yeah, cool.
All right, so yep, go ahead and just move your token to wherever you are in Duskwall, and then be so kind as to introduce us to your character.
So I would be somewhere in Crow's Foot,
Okay, so
relaxing at the bathhouse. Probably something sparkly in my hand, like fizzy. Just relaxing after a long day, just getting ready for the night, mentally preparing myself, and just relaxing in probably a private room.
Scovelanders really like tattoos, especially blue tattoos. If you think of like what we would in our real world think of like Vikings or or Celts, they're kind of like that Northern European like aesthetic sort of wrapped into one. Um, do you have any such markings on you, or are you clean skinned?
I would have some, knowing that. I would probably have something on my chest. I can come up with something in a bit, but I would have a marking on my probably like right pec. Probably a symbol, like a family symbol.
Ah, so like a crest or
Yeah, a crest, and then um, I would have a couple, probably nothing else that can be seen. But maybe something below the belt.
okay. So you're in a private bathroom here, laying in warmed, steaming water. A towel, the only thing keeping your dignity in check.
And I have a very prominent scar across my neck.
And a very like somebody drew a bloody smile and it didn't quite go deep enough, that kind of scar, or is it more of like
Yes.
okay, so somebody's
Yes.
definitely tried to kill you.
Yes. Which, if you look at most of my outfit hanging up, I have mainly high collared, long coats, shirt, very similar to the picture of my icon.
Alright. If you could drop the original art in Discord, that would be very appreciated so everybody can get a good look at you.
Yes, I can.
As you're relaxing, drinking your fizzy drink, your fizzy alcohol, you hear the creak of the door opening. Now, these doors are made specifically to creak. They are not well oiled, and they do that just to give people like you a chance should somebody enter unexpectedly. And you weren't expecting anyone, but the door behind you creaks open all the same, slowly, purposefully.
You said it's behind me?
Yes.
Do it. Do I with a pleasure, my friend.
Oh,
And I take a sip.
the door creaks closed, slams with a light note of finality as you hear soft footsteps. Oh, the pleasure is always mine, dear friend. As a woman dressed in only a towel, covered in pretty much tattoos from the neck down, almost every inch of this lady is covered in tattoos. And she sits down next to you, not in the water, but her feet are certainly dangling. She's just sitting on the edge of the bath. You don't recognize this woman.
Thank God.
It has been a few moments, my dear, since we last talked. I wanted to get a few words in before whatever happens, happens.
And who may I ask am I speaking to in this moment? Your face escapes me.
The woman smiles. And while she's only wearing a towel, there's something shark-like in that smile, something predatory. You don't recognize the woman, but you recognize the smile. And in that moment, right after you ask who it is, you understand that you're talking to Nirix, your rival. A woman who, for whatever
You see
reason,
some bubbles.
doesn't like you. But you don't recognize her. The
You
last
see
time you
some
saw
bubbles.
her, she was certainly not so bedecked in tattoos, and she was certainly not wearing this face.
No. Yeah, you see a shift of discomfort and probably a couple bubbles. Like, oh, Nerd, how are you? How have you been? Looking lovely as ever.
So you seem a little nervous out of character. Are you a bit nervous for this meeting?
I am, because I don't know what to trust with her.
She holds up a finger. Her fingers are long and dainty, nails almost equally as long as her fingers and rather sharp. Do not be afraid. I am not here to draw another smile upon your neck, if that is what you're afraid of. I am here simply to talk. Like we used to.
Always happy for a conversation, as you know.
That shark-like smile of hers twitches a little bit, and her eyes are a little deadpan. No, you do not need to be worried. We both know you don't want to see me here. But I come with an offering. Not of peace, but peace for a moment, if you will.
Parlay.
She chuckles at it. Ah, parley. That is a word for it, perhaps. Not the word I would use, but it's suitable for these. She reaches over and grabs the bottle of whatever fizzy alcohol you're drinking and pours herself a glass. If you did not have a second glass, don't worry. She produces one. You're always like the finer things in life. Ah, I miss these little meetings. I am here as a courtesy. You see, someone wants you dead. And, as you well know, my dear, I own your death. And I will not have somebody stealing that from me.
That's much appreciated, my dear.
Oh, you don't need to be so nervous, darling. I already tell you, I am here in peace. I would not dare betray my word.
You were always the only woman that could catch me off my guard.
That elicits a laugh. A laugh of mirth. Ah, you're always such a flatterer. It is a shame you had to be such an ass. Well, I just wanted to tell you someone wants you dead. Any other information than that, I'm afraid, would ruin my fun. And if I'm going to toy with you, my dear, I'm going to have fun doing it. Do you have any ideas who, I wonder?
I mean, there's a long line.
Of course there is, my dear. Of course there is. People like you always need killing.
Most of them don't know who they want to kill, though, which is the only question to it.
Really, the disgraced Skovlander. A noble and a traitor, perhaps, to his people? You can think of anyone in a city full of new immigrants and Skovlanders that would want you dead.
That would be if they knew who I was.
Well, it is certainly a place to start, is it not? She holds out her left hand. Give me your hand.
I put it out slowly.
She takes one of her long fingernails and gently tugs at the skin on the back of your hand, pulling forth just a single ruby drop of your lifeblood. And then with a perhaps too seductive flourish, for she is who she is, she leans down and kisses the back of your hand. Do try to survive, my dear. This blood belongs to me, not you, and certainly not anybody else. She stands up after releasing your hand. Should you allow her?
Yep.
Looking down at you with a towel worn with all the confidence of an evening gown, she nods her head. Try to survive. It would look odd if I left with nothing. I am, of course, who I am. And she picks up the bottle and leaves. The slow creak of the door, the only announcement outside of the theft that she's no longer in your presence.
Always glad to have you watching my back. Whether watching me means a knife in it. And I just swig the last bit of whatever's left in my glass. And just think underwater.
As you take that last sip, you could notice the lipstick stain on your left hand, or is it right? I guess it would be your right hand. The lipstick stain on your right hand is very prominent. As you slip beneath the water, for however long you do, you notice that it does not wash away.
Ah, shit. Well, I best be getting back.
Alright, so you just stand up, you dry off, you find yourself back in your clothing, and outside of the bathhouse, in the rookery of Crow's Foot, in the heart of Crow territory. And that lipstick stain is still on your hand.
I pull my my sleeves down as much as I can to kind of cover it, and I stay towards the shadows, just looking around, keeping my eyes open for any potential scovolans.
Well, Crow's Foot is a crossroads. Most Skovlanders work at the docks.
Okay.
But Silkshore is the pleasure district. Char Hollow is also a pretty nice district, and Charter Hall is the beating heart of this city's administration. There's a lot of Skovlanders here, and you're not sure if it's nerves or an actual intent, but you're just a little perhaps uncomfortable with how many of them meet your gaze as you wander through the streets.
Mm. Briskly.
Do you make your way back to Coleridge in the 66er's rail car?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So we've all had our meetings. We've all had our opportunities, for good or for ill, placed onto our laps. The 66er's hideout is in Coleridge, the industrial heart of the city. It is one of dozens upon dozens of old rail cars sort of stacked in a graveyard, many of those used as houses for the destitute or the people who can't afford to live in the, well, equally ramshackle but somewhat more suitable living places in this district. In the back of the graveyard, buried under a stack of 3 other carts, overgrown with vines and other things, is your hideout. And inside, bathed in the violently blue electric light of the electroplasmic lamps, you would see your compatriots of the moment, your fellow 66ers. I now turn the scene over to you, fine, gentle people, as you all find yourself here in your hideout. Your 2 thugs are currently gone, whatever business they're on. You certainly don't seem to know about it. But Echo and the others are all here. Save for Empress.
Gentlemen, how are we doing this evening?
Well, not bad. I ran into an old friend on my way back. He needs me to do a favor for him.
Oh, favors are always good.
Ah, yes. Just pop another beetle into his mouth and crunch away.
Another snack, Nikolai.
I mean, I have to keep things, fed, The fire requires, things to burn.
So what was this favor?
Oh, yes, he's another fellow, another physiker. He makes trouble for my friend. He wants him to not work same street, but yeah, he wants maybe I talk to him, convince him to lay off.
Hmm.
I
Can
see
I-
maybe if I can talk to him first.
Why? Put all that big muscle to good use.
I find it makes more trouble than it's worth most of the time.
Oh, it's handy in a pinch.
Yes. Not everyone is so easy to convince.
Bow hits up the broadside. I as well have a contact. Track a man
Oh,
in the crows. Don't even need to kill him or talk to him. Just need to send his location to an old friend. Oh, what was
that's-
his name?
it's right
was
up
his
your
name?
alley, yeah? Huh?
The name of the man you're hunting, I presume is what you would like, is,
Yeah,
let's see, Steiner. Cotter Swain. I will,
Cotter.
yeah, I will place his name in Discord.
Thank you. We have a bit of time. Not too much time. So beat up a man pressing in on someone's service. Track a man. What about you, Arvis?
Well, unfortunately, I didn't get any good news. Apparently, my old friend Frake, the locksmith, has put a bit of a bounty on me. So all the bluecoats are currently looking for me.
No surprise. You break many of his locks.
Well, he shouldn't be so boastful about them. If they're so
Oh.
uncrackable, how come They usually
so
only take
bad
me a
at
few
them.
minutes.
Hmm.
At least you know who's trying to kill you. Ugh.
Oh,
Oh,
you as
did
well
you
as
make...
wanted.
I'm just in the corner, like this bucket of water, rubbing my hand, like, shite. Ah,
You wash and you wash, but the lipstick remains.
Some Macbeth level.
Are you out making friends again?
making friends or meeting old ones, whatever you want to say. Apparently, someone wants me dead. Usually, I know who it is, but this time around, I don't, which is very problematic.
I'll just have to kill them first. Or persuade them not to. For both of you. Craig can fuck off.
Oh, you're all so violent. Eh?
Nah. When you
Always
come
with the
from the
beating and the
military.
killing.
It seems the economical solution. We can't have 2 of our men dead now, can we?
No,
Well,
no. I
exactly,
suppose
exactly.
Maybe only 1.
Well, they're not trying to kill me, they're just trying to imprison me.
prison's not so bad. I've done it.
We do have our contact.
I think I'd rather be dead than in prison. Place of filth, if you ask me.
Hey, we could maybe talk to Conway, huh? See if he knows
Yes.
anything. Or they know anything.
At least give a lead on how to end the witch hunt against our friend here.
Yeah. Maybe this man, he needs something? Everyone needs something, right? You maybe work out some sort of trade? He leaves you alone, you do him a service?
Well, as far as our other 2 contracts go, well, favors go, where would you like to start?
Sounds like we have to go to the crow's foot, huh? For most of these. This fellow you are looking for, do you have any leads on where he might be? Is he in the Crossfoot?
He is in the crow's foot. He made ground 3 days ago. That's about all I know. We can
Nearest
possibly talk to
town?
the crows. We can possibly talk to the bluecoats.
Yeah. Yeah. What's that you're holding there, Echo?
Oh, I almost forgot. Our friend Darmot gave me this. Let's see what it says.
Oh, I think I said Echo, but I meant to say Trace. Because it was
Oh.
Steiner who handed... I'm sorry.
Oh, okay.
Trace and Echo are a little similar in themes, so I just got them mixed up, so that's my bad. But Trace was handed a piece of parchment folded
Little
around
parcel.
something, yeah.
Echo's like, it's just a piece of garbage I found outside.
I got something. Maybe it's a lead. I'll open it up.
You open up the parchment. Now, when he handed it to you, he described it as a taste. And what you're holding is a brooch of silver and gold with a large emerald in the center. It appears to be a golden snake eating the tail of a silver snake that is eating the tail of the golden snake, an Ouroboros, if you will.
Double Ouroboros. Yeah.
You now
Interesting.
have a gift from Steiner. It is 1 coin. a taste, if you will, should you succeed.
Nah. A little bit of an advanced payment.
It's good to get paid up front, huh? Oh,
Don't spend
excuse
it all
me.
in one place.
We could do with making our hideout a little more hidden. But
Yes.
first things first. This is Nikolai. You said your friend the Physiker is getting his territory pressed in the Crow's Nest as well. We can both go.
Right. Make our way there.
I am quite a fan of the Crow's Nest.
Seems like a simple conversation could possibly solve that one right away. Ooh, my accent's all over the place. Yeah.
It's
Wait.
alright.
You're like chameleon. That seems to be the first place that we'll be heading then.
Well, if that's the way we're going, let's go.
Alright.
We should just possibly dodge any bluecoats we see on the way.
That would be preferred.
For the moment.
Okay, so the Blue Coat patrols are out. They're out in Coleridge. They're definitely out in Crowsfoot. It's not so bad to dodge them when you enter Coleridge, but once you enter Crowsfoot, well, they're actively looking for, well, you, the general you. It's sort of they're definitely looking for Echo, but you are known associates. And you smart enough to realize this. You're professional criminals after all. So, to move about in Crowsfoot and remain undetected by the Bluecoats, that would be an action roll of some sort. A group action roll, to be more precise, if you would like to lead this. Now, normally you guys kind of tell me what you're going to roll and you make these decisions, but as we're kind of new to this setting, I'm just being a little guiding, if you understand.
Mm-hmm.
Now, the way
Okay.
the way group action rolls work is you choose one person to lead that action, and then everybody kind of rolls the related dice for their action rating, and we just choose the highest one. But for every 1 to 3, the person leading that group check takes a stress, and this is sort of like if we're all sneaking. That would be our lurk, probably covering up everybody's failings in stealth, and it's very stressful. So, how would we like to go about Crowsfoot undetected? There are certainly any way you can think of. There's the pretty basic, like just sneak about, or maybe somebody distracts the guards every time you see them. There are any way you can think of works.
I would think sneak, unless somebody has a better idea.
Only other thing I can think of is like
A distraction.
someone takes point and is bravado kind of thing. Taking all eyes off Echo.
I think they're looking for all of us.
That's the one thing I was thinking was if we're all associates, they would definitely be drawn to whoever's bravado, but that could be a problem for them.
And you just be like, I know nothing.
I know
¿Qué
nothing.
pasa?
No habla CrossFit.
Should we have a loadout?
Once we start the score, yes, but we're kind of gathering information at this point.
Gotcha. All right. Sounds like we sneak then. We try to
Probably.
prowl our way through it?
So,
First rolls.
who would like to lead the prowl? The group prowl?
I guess I will.
Okay. So,
Does it matter that I have 2 dots?
Yes, I think somebody else also has 2 dots, but it doesn't really matter so much like who's the best at it needs to lead at it. That's just the person that's going to take the stress if people fuck up, basically. Keep in mind, you have 9 stress. And stress only goes away when you indulge your vice, which is a downtime action that happens after your scores.
Okay. Yeah, that's fine. I'll lead this one.
Okay, so Echo takes point, leading you from shadow to shadow through the dingy streets of Crow's Foot. Crow's Foot is, it's probably the most densely populated district in all of Duskwall. It's at a crossroads of very important districts. All the buildings are these tall, almost like crookedly leaning things that are just new construction over old construction over older construction kind of situation. As the population continuously booms, they just build higher and higher and higher in whatever space they can. There's multiple walkways. There's streets that are halfway up these buildings that are just like rickety wooden structures or rickety stone structures. There's mezzanine levels. It's just a whole maze. And through this maze, we see our friends, our allies, our 66er's, led by Echo, moving through the shadows. Would everybody be so kind as to roll prowl for me?
Alright, how do we do that? Just click prowl?
Just click prowl. There are no bonus dice at this point. You can still push yourself, I believe. And I'm not going to offer a devil's bargain at this time because I don't really think it's going to be needed. But everybody just click prowl, if you'd be so kind.
Okay, I brought up a whole list of things. Roll types, action, fortune, gather information, indulge vice, engagement, acquire asset.
It would be action. There would be no bonus dice. Because that would be where you push yourself, you add an extra dice. If I give you a devil's
Yes.
bargain, yeah.
No
Position
modifier.
risky.
Don't worry. This is risky, yes. But we don't, we don't have to worry about that so much.
Okay.
So just the roll.
Yeah, just a standard roll. Oh no, somebody's name is character still.
Oh, it's probably me.
Yeah.
Anatoly and Arvis both got successes with an asterisk, partial successes. We are going to use Arvis's roll, which is the highest of a 5. However, 2 people rolled 1 to 3. Nikolai rolled a 3, and Drav also rolled a 2. So that means you gain 2 stress for leading this group action.
Okay.
But you did get a 5. Now 6 is a success with no consequences, while 5 is a success with a complication. Now real quick. Okay, if you go to on the player kit, the cheat sheet, on page 3, at the very top, you'll see what the consequences usually are. But I'll go over them real quick. They're just reduce effect, worst position, lost opportunity, or a complication based on what the, like if it's whiskey controlled or desperate, and a harm. I'm not going to harm you for this. But I will say you're going to be in a worse position when you begin actually doing your gather information in your score, because you're having to spend so much time hiding and you're having to sort of avoid well-known routes. It's going to make it a little bit harder to get the information you need. But you're in Crow's Foot. Nobody has seen you. You're dodging blue coats expertly. You're hiding in shadows as they're walking by. You see them walking either on the walkways above you or below you. But very quickly you find yourself in and around the area of Miser's Row. Now you guys are mostly, your hunting grounds is in a place called the Devil's Furnace, which is a more kind of industrial section of Crowsfoot. This is where like a lot of factories and fisheries are where they process things. That is your hunting ground, but just a little bit to the south. And pardon the map because the north is to the left for some reason. So just a little bit to the south, you come into Miser's Row. Miser's Row is perhaps the poorest section, if not in all of Duskfall, certainly in Crowsfoot. A lot of people living in the streets with little more than like burlap and whatever essential like shelter they can find. A lot of crime. You're walking past people that are beat up. You're walking past people that are bloodied. You might even step over a corpse that is yet to be found by the Deathseeker Crows. You are in perhaps the worst section of your little kingdom here. Worse yet than the Bluecoats, however, there is a definite lamp black presence in this area. You're in the heart of their territory. But they also don't find you. Now, you know that the doctor is in this area. You know that he is associated with the Lamp Blacks. You also know that generally in the same area is Cotter Swain. So, how do you go about gathering your information?
Which one should we focus on? As said, we have a bit of time to find Cotter.
Well, let's keep an ear out for Cotter, and let's go work with Nikolai's case.
Yes, we have to find this man. His name is Stitch. He's a physiker, huh? But I don't know exactly where he is. He's around here somewhere, in the neighborhood. Maybe, don't know, look for one of the Lampblacks who is injured. And, he's probably going to the physiker to get some attention. We could follow him. But that's, who knows if we will see such a person.
Could always just ask some of the locals. I'm sure they are aware of where he's at.
Yes.
Is this a
This is
reputable
true.
man, or is this someone who works with the gangs mostly?
I think he works with the gang a lot. Yes, he works with the Lampblacks.
Then just the commoners might not be welcome enough to open up that information.
We could injure somebody.
Maybe even less likely.
This is true.
Or we could fake an injury.
Oh, you're saying injure one of the lampies. Limpa-lampy.
Limpa-lampy. Ah,
And then follow them.
This is away. Yeah.
yeah.
I could be okay with that.
I think looking for an injured person is probably the best. But finding none of that, he's certainly not working on the corpse back there.
I don't know. Can one of you talk to someone? See if maybe they know where he is?
I mean, we can't really talk to a lamp because they don't like us very much.
Sooner to stab us.
And I'm afraid that the commoners might be too scared of the lampers out here.
And it's worth a try, though. You talk to them. You've got a way with words.
I could try.
And we can... each do our part.
So what was the name of this man we're looking for?
They call it. He's called Stitch.
Stitch.
He's a physiker. Yes, Stitch.
Should be fairly well known. Physicers are in short supply.
Right. See if I can come across any lampers that could direct us in the right direction. Steer us in the right direction.
Sounds good.
Maybe we should look for his family. Ohana. Ohana means family.
Did the bluecoats did the bluecoats find us?
They will when that clock reaches all 4 segments filled.
Oh
Okay.
gosh, there's a clock.
There's a clock.
So yeah, let's find someone.
Gonna look for a lamper. The lamp-backs.
So lampblacks are lousy in this area. It's not hard to find one. Most of them are on street corners. Some of them are running dice games. In the back of an alley in Miser's Row. In the shadows of leaning tenements that creak with every shift of the wind, you find a group of rather pathetic-looking people dressed in burlap, gambling away what meager coin and goods that they have to a couple of lampblacks, these large, brutish men, covered in black clothing, covered in soot. You see glints of knives and pistols underneath their coats. And they're governing this little back alley dice game. And those are the easiest ones to find.
Now this doesn't seem like a very sanctioned game.
These brutish lampblacks look up at you, and all of your freshly bathed, mildly scarred, lipstick-stained hand glory.
I glisten.
They smile, cracked teeth, yellow tooth smile. No, it's not sanctioned at all, friend. But if you got the few coin and you want to roll some bones, come on, more the merrier, they say.
What are the stakes of this game?
We're mostly gambling for coin and, well, silver preferable, but if you have something of value, you can put that up as well. He gestures with his hands as if to sit. Doesn't seem to recognize you. You are essentially the new kids on the block. And while the lampblacks are your enemies, these guys are just gambling peddlers. They don't seem to have interacted with you before.
What about gambling for information?
This brutish, broken-toothed lampblack kind of looks at you strangely. I'd prefer you gamble in coin. I don't know the value of whatever information you have.
It's more the value of the information you might have, my friend.
He kind of
You
nods
see, I've
his
got
head.
this little ache in my neck right here, and I'm looking to stitch it up, if you know what I mean.
He looks at you and the brutal scar you have drawn across your neck. Old wounds ache a bit. You need a physiker.
That's how I do, my friend. And I hear you have the best one in town.
Aye, that we do. Well, I happen to know where there's a good physiker is, but what are you willing to gamble for it?
I lean back to the group. I'm like, What do we have?
I am not giving up.
You
the
gamble
grudge.
in favors, friend.
Yeah.
Favors! Ha! You're not my type!
But I may know someone that might be.
No, really now, really. And this someone might have a name.
Oh, a little friend of mine named Nerix.
I'm gonna make a fortune roll
Oh, God.
to see if this gentleman knows of Nirix. So fortune rolls are not action rolls. It's basically just like... It's a way to basically say, like, I don't fucking know. Let's see. Let's find out. Alright, so it's going to be 1 dice, just as a base. Nirix is a pretty well-known prostitute. Lesser known the other part, but definitely well-known as a prostitute. So I'll go and give you another dice for that as well. So would somebody be so kind as just to roll 2d6 for me? I would normally roll it, but I'll let you roll it.
Sure.
Yeah, someone.
Two and a 6.
Alright, a 6. 6 is good. 6 is certainly a success. The lamplet looks at you, his thick gray tongue rolling over his broken yellow teeth in a rather brutish display. Nirix, you're offering me a go at her in exchange for a physiker.
I mean, each heals a different ailment, my friend.
He chuckles. That is true, that is true. Alright then. A game of chance. You throw the bones. If you win, you get the location of the finest physica the Lamplax know. If you lose, well, I get a go on your coin with Nirix.
Sounds like a deal, my friend.
Okay, so we're not actually going to gamble. I'm just going to have you roll a sway or consort, or whichever skill you would like this to be, and the result of
Sway.
which will determine if you win or fail this dice game.
Ooh. This is stressful, man. And I get no modifiers or anything. Cool.
Ooh.
Partial success.
So you win, but he's mad about it.
He really wanted to go.
The dice are rolled. The game is played. And a few minutes later, there's a very, very upset brutish lampblack glaring down at you as you've won. The gentleman spits to the left, kicking one of the nearby lesser people that have been watching their paltry coin, not enough to assuage his anger. You fucking won! God damn it! I really wanted to go. Well, I'm a gentleman. He puts a little emphasis on gentleman. Of my word. About 2 blocks from here, you'll find Stitch. He's on the 2nd level. You can't fucking miss him. Just don't cause any trouble, or the boys will get you.
I greatly appreciate your time and your game, my friend. Better luck next time.
Yeah. Better luck next time. So as you leave, we're going to flash to another scene a few moments later of that same lampblack getting questioned by a blue coat patrol. In the face of the blue coats, the man's bravado melts away. And nobody sees this. But words are exchanged, fingers are pointed, and that is the result of your partial success. The clock
Oy.
ticks up a notch. But you now know the location of Stitch, and you know he's guarded by lampblacks. You have the information you need to pull off your score.
Wolf.
All
All
right.
right. Here's the information.
Yeah, let's go visit this person, huh? And make a house call.
How exactly are we supposed to get in? We know where he is.
Right?
That will take us real quick out of character to the score phase of the game. Now let's see if this is in the cheat sheet. It should be. Okay, if you go to page 4 of the cheat sheet on the bottom left, you'll see the 6 plans. So we don't plan in this game. We just kind of skip to the action, and you choose the method of attack on this score. There's an assault plan, which is to do violence to a target. This just affects how we begin the score. There's deception to lure, trick, or manipulate someone. Stealth to be stealthy. Occult to be occulty. Social to be socially, like you get it. And then transport is mostly a smuggling thing, but that is like you guys hiding out in a coach or something. So which of these 6 plans do you think represents how you would go about paying a visit to this gentleman named Stitch?
Where's the cheat sheet at? Sorry.
It's in handouts?
It's on page 4 of 10 in the cheat sheet.
Yeah, it's if you go to Blades in the Dark handouts, scroll up a little bit.
I see playbooks, and then Google Drive documents. Player
It's
kit.
yeah, there's the
cheat
the one that's above the cheat sheet is the cheat sheet one,
Okay, there.
and it would be on page 4. That is the cheat sheet for scores.
Gotcha. Okay. Let's see. Okay, so assault, deception, stealth, occult, social, transport.
Also, Ross, you're muted. I don't know if you've been trying to talk or not.
No, I haven't. I was just reading, actually.
Oh, okay.
Thank you, though. Knowing who we are, probably assault, but
So it's one of the ones in the sort of the black square there.
Yeah, you just choose one of those.
Just one.
The
Gotcha.
detail you would provide is the point of attack, which is what you got with the gather information roll. You know where he is, so you know where to go, where to attack.
second floor of a place.
Second floor of a particular corner in Miser's Row. You know he's got lampblacks there, so he's gonna have people, but you know where he is. And a moment ago you didn't.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, either assault or social, one of the two. I think we're pretty well suited to both of those.
Yeah.
I think for the most part, we're bravos. We go in and beat people up, right? That's how I see it. It seems risky, though, but I suppose it's all risky.
Every plan is risky in this game, to be honest.
What's our duty to do with the Stitcher? Like, what are we? Are we trying to kill
We
him,
want
or are
him
we trying to...
to. We want him to back off and leave Sawtooth alone.
Ah, gotcha.
Basically, stop
So-
pressing in on my territory. Yeah.
So either he voluntarily does it, or potentially we hurt him or kill him.
We transport him in a body bag. Yeah.
Yeah,
Mm.
Sawtooth suggested that it didn't matter how it happened, just as long as he laid off.
So I will point this out because, like I said, we're all kind of new. You are Bravos, and you have a reputation for being daring. And what that means is, if you do something daring, you'll get experience for it for the crew.
Right.
If you execute a successful battle, extortion, sabotage, or smash and grab, you'll also get crew experience for that. So you can certainly do it in other ways, but it doesn't hurt to be mindful of how you advance in this game when you think of stuff to do.
So it sounds like the thing that would help us collectively the best is to just smash our way in there, grab this guy, and make off with him.
Yeah.
Something like that.
Or go in there and go in there and threaten him.
Yep. I think we at least assault the place.
Yeah.
And then how we deal with Stitch is depending on how it goes. Maybe we all get shot and die.
Then he stitches us up.
So
Or at
we'll
least me.
smash our way in and play it by ear.
Okay, so we're choosing the assault plan, correct?
Yes.
That's what it looks like.
All right, so we have assault. We have the point of attack, which is his shop. So now I'm going to do the engagement roll, which is on the same page of your cheat sheet. And this is going to be a fortune roll. So it's just a base roll of one dice. Now we go through your major advantages. Is this operation particularly bold or daring? You're kind of kicking in this guy's door, knowing that he's got backup in the heart of an enemy territory. I would say that's pretty daring.
It's definitely bold.
Yeah.
Yep.
So, let's see. Does the plan's detail explosive vulnerability or hit him with a weakness? Not really. You don't really have any friends or contacts providing insight on this one. Target is certainly a higher tier, and there aren't any really district modifiers this one. So that's 2 dice as our base now. Now let's go through disadvantages.
Uh-oh.
Is this operation overly complex? Not really.
Smash and grab.
Is the target strong against this approach or have particular defenses and preparations? He does. There's nobody really interfering. He is of a higher tier, so that's going to go down. I'll just say it's going to be 1 dice, like after everything. So would somebody be so kind as to roll a d6 for me? And the way this fortune roll works, if you get a 1 to 3, you're just going to start the operation in a desperate situation. A 4 or 5, you're going to start it in a risky situation. And a 6 is going to result in you starting the operation in a controlled situation. That's really all this does. It just determines where you're starting the job at, and it only really affects that first roll. Everything else goes normal.
Okay. Well, since the dice, quote unquote, love me, I'll roll for us.
All right.
This might go
Oh
really
boy. They love you?
bad.
Mm-hmm.
Love is relative.
A 4,
Ooh.
which is a risky situation, so it's kind of business as usual. All right. It's about 9:30. Let's go and take a break, and then this is a great place to take a break because then we'll just start with you guys basically kicking in the door the second
Yeah.
we get back. So I'll see you guys all in about like 5 to 8 minutes, and
Sounds great.
we'll go from there.
Sounds good.
Sounds great.
I return.
Hello.
It's been a while since I played this game, and I forgot how much I like running this game.
It can definitely get complicated quickly.
Well, compared to like D&D, it's pretty simple, like in its core mechanics.
Oh yeah. I just mean like there's like a lot of like risk and reward type of.
Like literally every dice is
Exactly.
yeah, because it's not a like combat, as you're gonna find out, is basically treated like any other challenge. There's like no initiative or anything like that. And all the consequences that come from your actions are basically just determined by you, and I just kind of narrate them. Alright, I think everybody's back, but Mr. Trace. Also, thank you for putting your nickname in quotes, because I already got Echo and Trace mixed up once. You both start with A. You both have similar nicknames, or thematically similar nicknames. You guys were clearly friends during a war. I think everybody's cleared on stress, save for poor Echo, who has like 2 of them.
Correct.
Okay, just keep in mind, if you do get up to 9 stress, you're dropped out of the action. and which means basically you're kind of swept away from the scene, and you gain a trauma. So it's something you want to avoid.
Okay.
And
But was I reading right? You can spend to do certain things.
yeah, you can spend 2 stress to push yourself, which allows you to gain an extra dice or an extra effect. Because effect is pretty important in this game too, but that's something I kind of determine. I determine effect levels. You could also help an ally in an action, which is you take 1 stress and then you give an ally an extra dice. Now, instead of pushing yourself, I can also offer Devil's Bargain, which is like, hey, I'll give you an extra dice, but regardless of what you roll, this effect is going to happen.
Ooh, interesting. Okay.
Yeah. And you could also put up your own Devil's Bargains, kind of like if you have an idea for one, you can be like, hey, I have an idea for Devil's Bargain, because you're kind of the co-writers of this fictional game of ours. Now, you can only ever get +2. Pushing yourself and Devil's Bargains are in the same category. You can never do both, but you can always help a friend. So the most you can get is +2 dice. And when Ross gets back, we will continue.
I am back.
Oh, convenient.
I'm back.
Alright, so there's like no real initiative or anything in this, but we're going to begin our score with
Do we
Nickel.
have items?
All right.
So the way, real quick, that's what I was going to say. Everybody needs to pick a loadout.
All right.
So if you open your character sheet, next to your character portrait, you'll see 3 little icons. One is gold coins, one is a pack, and then one is 3 drops of blood. If you click on the pack, you can set your load. This determines how many items you can bring. A light load is 3, a normal load is 5, and a heavy load is 6. The way items work is you have a list of items on your character sheet. You don't predetermine what items you bring. You pick them in the moment. So, for example, I'm going to open up Anatoly's sheet because he's at the top of the list. If Anatoly's like, I really need to have a gun in this situation, he would just pick a pistol. He would just click on a pistol. He has a pistol, and that would count 1 towards his load. If an item is in italics, it means it doesn't count towards load. If an item has multiple boxes, it takes all of those load slots. So bringing armor is 2, counts as 2 load. You have Bravos Reckoning, so you can always bring a weapon up to 2 points of load in weapons and armor for free. But if you want to take heavy armor, it would be 5, because you need the 2 for regular armor and then the 3 for the heavy armor.
Wowie.
Yeah. But armor reduces wounds by 1 level, so it's kind of nice to have.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. What are the effects of the different load levels?
So 3 just means mechanically it doesn't have much of an effect. Narratively, it does. So a light load means you look like just an average citizen at Duskfall. A normal load means you just look like a scoundrel. And a heavy load means you look like you're about to go fuck something up. Like you're not, you stick out when you're like in a heavy load. Like you've got guns and like weapons everywhere. You're probably wearing armor. Like you look like somebody's gonna come fuck you up, and that might have a narrative effect later on of like maybe you get stopped, like or if you're trying to escape, like the blue coats. Oh, that guy's definitely fucking up to something. But that's really about it.
Okay.
Keep in mind, real quick. Keep in mind, coin has a load. It's like 1 to 1. So if you walk into a vault, like you have to load up all that coin essentially. And when you get above 6, you're encumbered, and encumbered actively like slows you down and might put you in worse situations. A good example, by the way, of how this would affect narratively: if you're taking a heavy load to a masquerade ball, and you get like a and you get like and you get like a partial success on something, like maybe the security of that ball is like looking at you now because that guy looks fucking out of place. Like, who brings a pike to a fucking masquerade ball? Like,
Okay.
yeah, so it's
So-
kind of like that.
So if you go into a score with, say, a normal load, and then you stumble on coin, and it pushes you up to a heavy load, is that
So-
how it works, or?
So basically, you choose your load limit. You can only take those 3 items, but coin you can still carry up to, like, an additional 3 coin before you're encumbered, essentially. So your load wouldn't change, but you can carry more coin because you brought less items.
Gotcha. Well, I don't think we're planning on coming away from this with coin.
Maybe, but probably not much. I wouldn't imagine he'd just have coins lying around his freaking office where he heals up gangsters. So
All right.
probably not. I agree.
And
I would say Anatoly's probably going in a normal load.
That's what I was
Looking like a
gonna do.
scoundrel. Yeah.
then our items also have a separate column that says fine. Hand
Okay.
weapons, fine, heavy.
So weapons are determined, like the quality of your equipment is determined by your gang's tier.
Gotcha.
So it's not the kind of gang where like I go beat up this guy and I steal his weapon and I just have a better weapon for the rest of the game. It doesn't really. It's not that kind of game. Fine means that your equipment is 1 tier higher than your gang. Right now your gang is tier 0, so you're using just like the bottom barrel equipment. Like you have pistols, but like they're like you bought them in like a pawn shop or something. Like, or you picked them up off a corpse. They're not the best. But your fine equipment is tier 1. That being said, the Lamp Blacks are a tier 2 gang base, so you're kind of punching above your weight. And you're going to be punching up your weight for a little while because you're starting at the bottom of the ladder.
Gotcha. So the stuff in the left-hand column is not available to us right now.
On your character sheet?
Yeah.
No, the left-hand column is just your class-specific gear. So I'm going to open up your sheet.
Oh.
So, like, you know how it says fine hand weapon, fine heavy weapon? That just, you get those because you're a cutter. All the other stuff is, everybody gets that. Like, anybody can take that.
Mm-hmm.
And also, don't
You have
click...
specific items.
Yeah. And if it's on italics, it doesn't count towards load. Now, make sure you don't click on anything until you use it, because you don't have anything until you declare use it. So you have a lot of flexibility. You have a lot of flexibility in how it works. It just means...
Italics, you said,
Yeah.
don't count towards anything?
Yeah, for example, the cutter has manacles and chain and rage essence vial. So, like, he can use those, and it just doesn't count towards load. The hound has a hunting pet. You know,
Yeah, how does that work?
just
in this?
whenever you want to use it, you just say, hey, I brought my pet, and I would like my pet to do something, and then I would roll the pet's quality. In this case, it's 1 die. So whenever your pet does something independent of you, yeah, it would just be, he would have a 1 die space. And your hunting pet would basically, like I said, it's a pretty narrative game. There's no real set like actions, but you would use your pet to do something that you yourself probably couldn't in that situation.
Yeah.
So in that case, we could basically say that all italicized things we have on us at all times.
Yeah, pretty much. It's easy to say that.
Okay.
Okay, so have we all chosen our loads? By the way, if you can't choose, it's always easy to just go with the normal load, like it's kind of the default.
Yeah, I'm gonna stay with normal, I think.
And you guys
Yeah.
are Bravos, which means you have Bravos rigging, so you always have 2 load for weapons or armor that don't count towards your load limit, just for being Bravos.
Nice.
So you guys chose that
Nice.
upgrade. It's a nice upgrade.
That's good.
So if we click on armor, for example, we could basically go to 7 out of 5 and still have a normal load.
Yes.
Okay.
And the way armor would work is I would be like, hey, this guy shoots you in the fucking chest. You take like a moderate chest wound, and you'd be like, wait a second, I'm going to use my armor and say that it deflected most of it, so instead of a chest wound, I just have a big bruise, and it's a minor wound instead.
Ah, nice. So it's kind of like the Batman utility belt.
Kinda. It's very equipment's more reactionary and situational. in this game.
Nice. All right.
So our group finds themselves outside of Stitch's Physiker. It is a nondescript entryway. There's nothing that would mark it as a Physiker. There are a couple of lampblacks by the door, however. Nikolai, you are leading this assault, per se. You're the cutter. You're a large, very intimidating-looking man. And we're going to just start with you. How do you approach this situation initially? This assault.
So this is an assault. So
Well, I figured mechanically it might be best to have the cutter, which is basically the bruiser/fighter, go first.
right. So
Quick,
Nikolai will
I want to specify this. If you're ever in a situation during a score, and you're like, man, I wish we had thought of this, it would be great, you can immediately declare you're doing a flashback. Flashbacks cause 0 to 2 stress, and that's how we handle planning outside of the initial planning structure. So you'll be like, man, I wish I bribed this guy. Well, we can do a flashback and have you bribe the guy. Have already been bribed him. Like stuff like that. So that's what flashbacks are for. Just keep in mind they almost always cause stress.
Yeah. I'm gonna try something. So Nikolai will just barge sort of up to the door. And I will see if perhaps I know either one of these lampblacks.
Okay, just make a roll a die. Just a fortune roll.
Okay. Alright. Just on the off chance. Nope.
No, they don't know you. There's no
Okay.
consequences for them not knowing you. It's just, you walk up and these lampblacks, these are big, brutish, they're not quite your size. You're just a large fucking specimen of a man. But these are big, kind of brutes. They're clearly here for muscle. And you don't know if there's any inside, but there's certainly 2 on the outside.
So Nikolai will walk up to the 2 of them and with a bit of a smile on his face initially, he'll look at them. Hey, my friends.
The lampblacks just look at you questioningly.
Maybe you do me a favor, and maybe you do yourself a favor, and I think perhaps you go for a walk. It's a nice night. You look hungry. I think you go get something to eat.
That is a very polite way to get them to leave.
He is politely threatening them.
Okay, so there's an undercurrent of you're not really asking so much as fucking telling them. Okay, what action would you like to use for this? So if you use command, you're kind of just intimidating them, hey, crack knuckles, maybe you'll take walk. Swaying would be hey guys, I really need you to get the fuck out of here.
Yeah, it's command. He's do yourself a favor. Go get a snack.
Okay, so you're just commanding these 2 fuckers to leave. So that's going to be your command. Would anybody like to perhaps help him? And if you do, it's 1 stress, and you have to declare how you're helping him.
Yeah, I'll go ahead and help him. I'm gonna kind of flash a couple of my blades.
So you just kind of swoop in from the shadows nearby. Brandish a blade, so go ahead and mark a blade off on your inventory. There should be one that's called a blade or 2. And it's just 1. And you're just kind of there, as he's intimidating, you're kind of there just being the knife in the background. Okay, so go and take a stress, so you're up to 3 now.
Yep.
And feel free to roll your command with a bonus die.
So Command is a 2. So does
Yep.
that mean I roll 3 dice?
Yes.
All right.
When the thing pops up, there should be a place for like bonus die.
Oh, oops. I just click command. There we go.
And this is a risky situation, so you don't really got to deal
Let's
with
do
the
risky.
situation.
Okay.
Oh, you had 4. Oh, do you have a command of 3?
No, I have a command of 2.
Oh, okay.
And I rolled +2. So maybe I should have just rolled a +1.
It's a +1 for help. So go and re-roll that, because I have no idea how that.
There
Yeah,
we
okay, it's
go.
gonna be 5 either way. Okay. So they look at you, and they kind of look at each other. These two big brutish men. They look at the gentleman with the knives, and they're just like they're kind of sweating already. Like these guys are here to stand guard, but I mean, you're not to be trifled with, right? So one of them raises their hands, like, all right, we're fucking leaving. And the other gentleman kind of just slams on the door with like a hammer fists the door. Hey, we're taking a break, but you got a customer out here. And the situation is they're going to leave, but everybody inside is going to know that someone's here. And they're also going to know that those guys shouldn't be leaving. So they know something's up.
Damn.
Which means your next situation, the next person to act, is going to be in a worse situation. Which brings us to Trace.
Oh, hey.
The 2 guards have left. Where are you when this goes down?
I kind of figured I would be maybe on like a nearby roof or balcony, just kind of surveying the situation because they're on the second floor, trying to see if I can
So you're being in a more reactionary role. Who's next?
find the target.
Who would
Yeah.
here be more in an active role? Who's not Nikolai or not? I'm sorry. What is your name? Echo. So I guess that leaves TikTok.
Yeah, I would be behind. Well, okay, so then that would just leave me because we already know where the other ones are. I would probably be like right behind him.
Okay, so what are you doing?
As the 2 guys walk out, I guess I would just peer in, and is this, I take it, like a big open area, or like what does it look like on the inside?
So you kind of walk up to a window and kind of peer inside. And when you do, you're looking down the barrel of a pistol. And you don't see who's holding it. They're kind of in the shadows. But you can see the hammer cock back of this flintlock. So just click. So what are you doing?
Oh, that's the window. Gotcha. So I will. Well, that was looking through a window, or was that walking inside?
Either. You wanted to peek inside, right? Or did you, I assumed you
Yeah,
were looking through a window.
I wanted to peek inside through the door.
Oh, okay, so that does change things. So you walk inside the door. You're still looking down the barrel of that pistol.
Okay.
But you can see sort of like a small, thin Weasley man kind of like hiding behind a counter. And you could see this bloody, kind of mutilated lampblack currently like halfway stitched up, a horrible bleeding gut wound. But he's holding his wound. And he's got a hand on his knife. And there's 2 other lampblacks in here for a total of 5 people you see. One of which has a gun pointed at you, and the other know that something's going down. You are in a pretty desperate situation because they don't really look like they care for you.
Gotcha. I would like to. Oh, I guess would this be, since I wasn't ready for this? Would this be considered a flashback in that sense? If I wanted, no, that would be a flashback if I wanted to bribe somebody. So if I were to walk in with my hands like in my pockets, and towards the guy that has the gun pointed at me, can I throw a handful of trance powder in his face?
All right, so you got your hands in you're pocket sanding this motherfucker. Is kind of what you're doing, but with
Basically,
drugs. Pocket
basically.
drugs. And
Pocket
trans
drugs.
powder is it's basically Duskfall cocaine. So you're literally just throwing coke in this man's face.
Basically.
Yeah. What skill would you like to use? What action?
Oh gosh, would that be? Let's see. I guess that would kind of create a distraction in a sense. So maybe wreck.
So wreck is more destroying stuff.
Oh, destroying. Gotcha. Destroying septic. Gotcha.
I was about to say you could use wreck, but it would be not to really great effect because.
Gotcha. Oh, or yeah. Then I guess the best way that I could probably do that would be finesse. I don't have anything in it.
Well, you always have a dice if you push yourself.
And pushing myself does what again? I'm sorry.
Takes 2 stress and gives you an extra die.
Then yes, I will do that.
Okay, so you're going to finesse pocket sand into this gem. Now, this is a wait. Yeah, you got to take 2 stress. This is a desperate roll because of the consequences of the 2 gentlemen leaving. So, because you're using finesse, go ahead and mark 1 experience in your prowess box. But understand that a consequence on this will be dire, not your special abilities, your prowess.
Prowess. Oh, gotcha.
Yeah. But keep in mind that the consequence of this will be pretty dire.
Okay.
So go in. So you pushed yourself. Somebody can help. You have a gentleman with a gun on a nearby roof. You've got a gentleman with blades behind you, as well as a thug. So if any of them want to pay a stress and declare how they help you, they can also give you another die.
Maybe I'll help by firing a warning shot. Like, let's not fuck around.
Maybe
to
draw
distract the guy.
attention.
Yeah.
Maybe break a window or something. Like
Yeah.
So the gun's not pointed right at my face.
Exactly.
This is-
See,
This is
you're
like
not-
a dangerous situation, right?
this is a desperate situation. This is the worst situation you can be in this game right now.
Can more than one of us help?
No.
Okay.
Well, you can, but you can only get 1 dice from helping, so there's no point.
Okay.
Yeah, and he already pushed himself, so you can only get a max of 2 dice. So he's going to have 2 dice. So you're going to shoot a warning shot. Do you want it to maybe break a window and that distracts the person and maybe helps him get the dust in the face? Because that would I feel like.
Absolutely. Yeah, that makes sense.
All right, so go ahead and pay your stress for helping. And roll your 2 dice of finesse, sir.
I appreciate that. So it's the roll, and then I just add 2?
Yeah, you just add 2 dice, and you pick desperate on your situation. And your effect is standard, so.
Okay. Oh, fingers crossed.
The window shatters. Just noise and glass blowing everywhere. Everybody in the room kind of turns, and then there's a cough as a face full of trans powder. This guy's just batting at his eyes. What the fuck? Gun goes off. Shooting you in the gut.
Ugh.
So, that's a level 3 gut shot harm. Because it's a desperate situation. The level of harm you take depends on your situation more than really anything. So this is nearly a fatal wound.
Okay.
Now, you can use armor to immediately downgrade it to a normal wound, which would give you -1 dice for anything that's affected by that. Or you can try to just resist it. And the way you resist without using equipment is you would roll an attribute, most likely your prowess, to just kind of shrug it off, and that would but that costs stress. And the way that works is you would roll your prowess, which is 2 dice. You would take whatever you rolled and take that away from 6, and then that would be how many stress you would pay to downgrade the wound. Or you can just use your bravos rigging and say you had armor on. if you want to resist it.
And
You don't have to resist it.
okay, then I will use the armor.
The gun goes off. Go ahead and mark the armor off on your sheet. That's your Bravos rigging, so you get that one for free. It'll be marked automatically on your loadout, but we can just ignore that because the sheet is limited.
Gotcha.
Gun goes off. There's a ring as the bullet hits your gut, and there's that moment of like your shirt rips, your coat rips a little bit, and you can just see the glint of like a metal plate, sort of like Good, Bad, and Ugly style, just shimmering through. You're knocked back a little bit. You have a normal wound. We're just going to call it a gut shot. So go and add that into your tier 2 wounds. The wind is knocked out of you, and you stumble back a little bit. And now the game's afoot.
Gut shot. Okay, so where do I add that? That's the
So
little
on
blood
your
drops.
yeah, the little blood drops. You click that, and it'll bring up the wound thing.
Effect, harm, healing.
Okay, so first the gunshot of the rifle goes off. Go ahead and mark your rifle, by the way. Assuming you're using a rifle, you could use a pistol. It's up to you. So go ahead and do that. Gunshot goes off. Window shatters. Transpowder flies in this guy's face. He's batting it away. He shoots the pistol reflexively. It lowers a little bit, bounces off your armor, but still, your gut is bleeding and bruised as it didn't block all of the force of the gun. There's a moment of silence. Who would like to act next?
Is this like D&D where we go in rounds?
Nope.
Oh.
I will go next.
Okay.
If I'm not too reactive, sitting on a thing.
You're still on the thing, but you have your rifle, man. You can whatever you think you can do, and also you have a fucking ghost crow.
I will, while the cacophony is going downstairs, and everyone is kind of going nuts. Yeah, I'll send the ghost crow out to. It has ghost form. Does that mean it can go through walls?
Yeah, it's like I said, it's very kind of open-ended. It doesn't explain exactly, but pretty much whatever we agree on. But yeah, I don't see why not. It could just be in the ghost field and just go through a fucking wall.
Yeah, it will fly through and try to basically find the target. Find Stitch. So that I can track him.
Alright, you just hear the cawing of a crow. You hear the flutter of wings more than you see them. You can see little bits of black feather coming from something blue, something electroplasmic, and as the feathers sort of drift down, they disappear into dust as they touch the ground. All of a sudden, in the middle of this room, there's a crow just cawing and making a nuisance as it locks in onto the Weasley man, hiding that you saw kind of duck behind the counter. Those of you nearby saw duck behind the counter. And this ghost crow is just like kind of circling as much as it can, landing on a nearby shelf, knocking stuff over and kind of pecking as if it's to say, he's here, he's here, he's here.
All right, the coin, come back.
Go and roll a dice for your crow's action. We'll see if he gets any consequences. Now, he has a quality of 1.
So just one die?
Yes, and a 4. So this is causing like a bunch of just a bunch of chaos, and the appearance of this ghost crow is terrifying to Stitch, this little thin Weasley man. He sees this, immediately goes pale, and you can hear the sound of a door opening, but you don't see the door. So maybe there's something behind the counter that those in the presence can't quite see. But he kind of disappears. He's clearly making a run for it.
Okay.
Was he the one that was pointing the gun in my face?
No, that was one of the Lampblacks.
Okay. I just heard Weasley.
All right.
There's now a new clock.
Stitch gets away. Yeah.
Is
Actually, wait, that was a 4, so that would be 2.
is that your action?
That was his action, yeah.
All right. Do 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 do. Let's see. Sorry. Echo, did you want to do something? If not, I am going to.
Ideally, I would like to dart in behind you.
Gotcha. Well, in that case, do you want to let me go first?
Absolutely.
All right. So Nikolai, as soon as the violence starts, he will go, "God damn it! All we do is the bloodshed!" And I'm gonna do not to be trifled with, and I'll push myself with it, which I think gives me 2 stress.
It will give you 2 stress, but being outnumbered, like 4 to 1, isn't going to affect you.
All right. And then if I can do this and have it be part of it, Nikolai will reach over and the heavy wooden door, he'll rip it off the hinges and charge forward at the lamp blacks with the door as like a
shield.
improvised shield to try to like smash them against the wall.
Okay, so basically you're just going to use like your near supernatural strength not to be trifled with. You rip the door off the hinges, and then just use it to body someone against the fucking wall, using the door as a weapon. All right. That sounds very skirmishy, if that's what you're going
Yes.
for.
Absolutely.
All right, go ahead and roll your skirmish. Let's see. A devil's bargain is in play here. I will give you a bonus dice to your skirmish roll, but I'm going to click 1 clock on the blue coats find you because you're being very fucking noisy. And that's regardless of if your roll succeeds or fails.
Dang it. Ooh, that gets us so close, guys. What do you think?
I mean, it's
Yeah,
certainly
if they
not
do
called
it.
an angel's bargain.
Yeah, what do you guys think? Should we do this?
What's
And
your
what does
skirmish?
it do? It gives you a
Risky.
plus.
Bonus
Yeah,
dice.
give me a plus die. My skirmish is a 3.
I mean, 3 should be pretty consistent.
I say don't do it.
Okay. All right. I will not take the bargain, but I will charge at these guys.
Okay.
So he will not like roar when he does it, but he'll be like, "Ah, always with the violence."
I mean, it was close, so you succeed with no consequence.
All right.
So you just like grab this door, slam it into like one of them. Like you still have one guy like batting his face because he has trance powder, and you can already tell it's starting to take effect. Like his pupils are dilating, and he's looking around like he's seeing fucking shadows. That guy you're kind of ignoring, but one of the other fuckers, he's like pawing at his fucking weapons. You just crash into him with all the force of this fucking you and this door, slam him against the wall, and when the door falls away, he just kind of slumps to the door, leading a trail of red behind him. He is taken out, unconscious, bleeding, not dead, at least not dead yet, but perhaps soon with the bleeding.
Why do we always have to kill everyone? So I wanted to ask a quick question.
Feel free.
So, when we first got up, I threatened those guys with coercion,
Mm-hmm.
and then this time I used physical violence.
Yes.
So, do I click experience for those things, or is that like
We
at
do
the
that
end?
like at the end of the session.
Okay, cool,
pretty
cool,
much.
All right.
Okay, so one person's already taken him out. Anatoly is there wielding a goddamn door as a melee weapon. And then darting in behind him, I presume, is going to be Echo.
Correct. And using the clamor of the crow and the chaos of the now charging behemoth with a door, I'm gonna try and dance past him basically and head straight after Stitch.
Okay, so you're kind of just ignoring all the violence. You're jumping over the counter and just going after Stitch.
Yep. I think that falls under prowl because it says you might run and leap across rooftops or sneak, kind of.
Yeah, that definitely sounds like Prow would be perfect for it. So go ahead and roll your
Alright.
Prow action. I'm not going to give you a Devil's Bargain, not this one. You can push yourself for an extra die if you want, though. So you already
said
have 3 stress.
2 stress.
so-
Yeah, that's. I think I'm just gonna do a straight roll.
I will say this out of character because I know for a fact Ross is going to be gone for like a week or two. So Ross, I'm just at the end of this, I'm just going to have you lose yourself to your vice. So feel free to use all the stress you want. Just don't get a trauma if you don't want one.
Okay. Good point.
All right, so go ahead and roll your prowl, sir. This is a risky situation because you're running through all this mayhem and violence. I'm not going to make it a desperate one though. And yeah, go and roll your prowl.
Is your prowl pretty good?
It's a 2.
Uh,
I could.
Yeah.
I don't know how to help from this situation.
yeah.
Cover fire.
Maybe
Oh,
my
yeah,
hunting my hunting pet is making it very obvious where you need to go.
Oh
So,
yeah.
if you want to pay a stress to help, we can just say that your crow, seeing
Yeah.
that
Coin.
Echo's coming through, just takes off and starts leading him to.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Go and pay your stress, sir.
Done.
You have extra dice now. Have a 5. So this is basically like let's see. I'm just gonna make this a racing clock. This is what I mean by like it's a little bit more involved on my end. All right, so you got a 4. That's going to be 2
Oh
crits.
shit! Stitch gets captured.
Oh, I see.
So
Interesting.
yeah,
interesting.
whichever clock fills up the first is what happens. Now you gotta basically the way this works. 1 to 3 is just going to be like 1 tick, but you get the failure consequence. 4 is going to be 2. 6 is going to be 3. A critical is going to be 5. Now you got a partial success, so let's see. As you're running through the violence and everything kind of going wrong, like guns are starting to get pulled and go off, like there's glass all over where like getting underway. There's just a lot of chaos just erupting in this kind of small physical shop. I'm going to put you in a worse situation. So as you jump over kind of in the wrong way and go straight down the fucking trap door that was there, falling to the bottom, which leads to the room directly below, the one that's on street level. So you kind of fall, like slip, fall on your back. It's like, oh, you don't take any harm, but you're going to be a worse situation when you can continue this. When you continue your next action.
Okay.
All right. Who would like to go next? And the way I am doing this, by the way, is like everybody kind of gets an action, and then we just kind of start the next round. If you help, I may have the help actually be your action, but not always per se. So Trace is there, it's literally in ghost spirit, crow spirit, aiding you.
Yeah, if I could, I'd be possibly trying to survey the area for what like exits Stitch could be coming from.
Are you
or getting
saying
out
you
from.
would like to do a flashback where you surveyed the area to find escape exits that he might use?
Actually, yeah, sure.
Because that sounds like
Why
a
not?
perfect flashback thing.
Nice.
Zoom. Into flashback we go.
We'll handle that next thing because you've already helped him a little bit. So
That's true.
I'll go ahead and focus on Drav. Android, you are muted. So TikTok.
I'd say be right back, I believe.
Okay, well
Big
Drav is too busy waking up in the morning smelling like P Diddy. So I will go ahead and let you do that flashback. So we flash back to just I don't know, hours, moments before this heist. You're looking for escape tunnels, anything this fucker could use to get away. How do you go about doing this?
I'd say be like before we kick down the door. Essentially, I would be casing the joint, just kind of searching the block, seeing if there's any like basement exits on the like kind of from the cellar or something like that. Trying to see if there's like What's the word for it? Plumbing.
Just pretty much anything that you know. Like, you're an intelligence officer,
Yeah.
right? You're intelligence and you were a scout, so you know this shit. You are currently being hunted by the Bluecoats. I am going to say this is one stress. It's a complex action with an unlikely opportunity. And go and make a survey. Oh, well, you can choose, but survey seems ideal.
I would say survey seems ideal, yeah. Okay. Is this... It's not desperate, no?
It is not. This is a risky situation. I will offer you a devil's bargain of an additional dice. But once again, you, scouting the area, you're a known associate. I will click the Bluecoats find you 1 tick.
I'm gonna risk it. I'm not gonna take it.
Okay.
I'll just roll my 2 dice. A 5. So close to a 6.
I mean, it equals 6.
It does.
Got half the name, man. Except rolling 12 in this system is amazing.
Yeah, where are my natural 12s?
So I'm gonna just tick this thing anyway, as your consequence.
Oh, no.
So you succeed. There are, strangely enough, only really one exit to this thing. Like, they planned ahead, but they didn't plan ahead too much. Having too many of these things might... I mean, all the structures here in Miser's Row are kind of rickety. You don't want to tunnel too far, or too much, because you might upset things. So you find the perfect place where this is where you would put an exit. It's on the first floor, but it's a few shops down. You see a nice little shop that sells candied beetles. It happens. That shows candied beetles, and you know, like, with all the people going in and out and buying these delicacies, that would be a good place for someone just to walk out into the street and not be noticed. It'd be a great place to have a tunnel lead to. And you're sure you found it. So you know where he's going now.
Okay. And I probably would have, because it's a flashback, hold myself up in a place that both covers the exits.
Absolutely, yeah.
And, yeah.
Why wouldn't you do that? Like, you're a professional.
Right?
Alright, so you're just, you know he's getting away, like, the crow's doing his thing, and you just gotta swivel your rifle to the right a little bit, like, come on, motherfucker. Alright, and that leads us to Drav. Drav, there's chaos, motherfucker just got knocked out by a door. One motherfucker is currently starting to feel the effects of trance powder, like he's looking at shadows that just aren't there. And then poor Echo just fell down an entire story and is, like, on his back in an unknown tunnel.
Oh god. Is it possible with this guy that's in the trance, if I can find a way to, I guess, use sway and be like, the ones that did this to you, the ones that are after you, they wear blue, they're right out front, and kind of just send him off into the street?
Okay, that would be a good thing to
And I'm
bring
gonna
in.
do a devil's bargain potentially.
You want a devil's bargain?
For you.
Do you have an idea for it?
And so I'm thinking to take away a blue coat's find us by causing that distraction.
So that could be if you succeed. That's not really a devil's bargain.
Okay,
Devil's
so
bargain's a
if
bad thing that happens regardless.
Oh, I thought that was gotcha. Okay.
Think more like success at a cost.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Okay. So then the cost would be like if I wanted to suffer harm.
Suffer harm, lose an opportunity, be put in a worse situation. So I can offer you a devil's bargain. This, like, I'll give you an extra dice for the sway. It's already going to be kind of low effect, just because of the drugs and the chaos of, you're kind of talking to someone who's high as fuck now in the middle of a fight. So you're not going to have the greatest effect if you do succeed. But I will give you a devil's bargain that he's going to be so adamant on catching those blue-coated motherfuckers that caused this. Like, he's going to violently push you out of the way, and put you in a worse position.
All right.
So your next action will be desperate. Which is great for
Okay,
farming
then
experience, but bad if you don't like to get shot in the gut.
I am going to do something instead because I've already been shot and I don't want to be hurt anymore.
Please stop hurting me.
I'm going to do a flashback.
Okay.
As a backup to this man getting away stitch, I want to have on me documents. And the documents being City Watch commanders, a list of their names with notes to kill and terms of stuff like that, like documents basically framing them of doing maldeeds and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
And I want to slip those into this guy's office area.
Okay, so
And kind of plant evidence
you want to plant evidence.
where if we don't get this guy, maybe this will be another way to get him out of this place.
Okay, so that's going to be a 2-stress thing, because this is a pretty complex thing, because you're going to have to come in under false pretenses, under the watch of these guys, and plant these documents as part of this flashback.
Okay.
What action would you like to use?
Let's do. Maybe I'll still go with sway, but kind of a convincing, like this guy being a stitcher, like looking into like some wounds and seeing what he can do cosmetically.
Okay, so you kind of go and you like sweet talk him a little bit, and you're like, "Hey,
Yeah.
you'll have less effect. Consort might be better for this."
Concert. Okay.
Because you're kind of going in there and you're kind of like putting everyone at ease. You're kind of being friendly, and maybe they don't know you slipped this fucking document like next to the fucking lockbox or something.
Cool.
Okay, so pay your 2-stress and roll roll your actions, sir. Now you can roll sway, but you'll just have reduced effect. Or you can roll consort and have regular effect.
I will do consort. I'll do consort.
Okay.
So still that's risky and standard.
Yeah.
No added dice.
You have a 5.
Nice.
Always need a backup plan.
So
Just joking around, passing around drinks.
So the documents being there are certainly going to look really bad for him when the Blue Coats investigate. But it's going to put a lot of Blue Coat eyes, and maybe even investigators' eyes, on this situation. Because it's a hit list for basically a lot of Blue Coat officers. Like, they're going to look into this. And that is going to put a little bit of heat on the situation. So, you're going to succeed. The documents are in place. Everything's going according to plan. You're going to get +1 heat from this operation, however.
Sorry, guys.
Heat is on.
Heat is on the streets.
Kind of a cool idea.
We now have
We
2
gotta get this
stars.
guy out.
Yeah, just wait till the holes come. I mean, the tanks. Like,
Yep.
Oy.
all right. So the documents are in place. That was your flashback. So you're kind of sitting there looking at this guy who's high, and you're just like kind of thinking you're so fucked. Like, all right. Real quick, I just need 1 minute. I gotta go use the little James room, and then we'll come back and we'll have a new round of who wants to go next.
All right.
Who wants to be shot in the gut? How much stress does everybody have?
Not enough.
You?
I return. Sorry about that. I'm a little under the weather, so sometimes I have to run to the bathroom.
Okay.
Okay, so who has an action now? The guy's trying to get away. He's being followed by a ghost crow. Poor fucking echoes on his back in the hidden tunnel, and then Trace is covering the exits. So who wants to go now?
If no one else, then I'll go again.
More violence? I mean, there's still a high motherfucker and a couple other lampblacks around if you want to do violence or if you want to do anything you would like.
Oh yeah. So I will again do not to be trifled with.
Okay, 2 stress.
And then I'm gonna. So Nikolai will whirl around after he smashes the guy against the wall with the door, and he'll say, "Hey, fuck face!" And then he'll reach out and Sparta kick the guy with the dust in his face, and I'm trying to kick him into one of the other guys.
Okay, so basically you're going to skirmish this motherfucker into another motherfucker. And,
Right.
Alright, yeah, so that'll be like you're basically fighting this gang with no actual penalty for being outnumbered.
Correct. Yeah, so I'm trying to hit a motherfucker with another motherfucker.
Alright, alright, skirmish.
All right.
I'll give you a devil's bargain. You'll fall under the effects of that same transpouter because there's a lot of it on his face. And you're getting pretty close, and you're going to kick him, so it's going to just leave a puff cloud of transpouter. And you're going to be under the effects of transpouter for the rest of this action, or the rest of this
What is
score.
that? What does that do? Does it like blind you or something?
So
a dose of the popular drug which induces an altered mental state. The victim of this powder is not fully unconscious, but rather retreats into a calm, suggestible mental state similar to hypnotism.
that.
But I like the cocaine thing.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I'll take it.
Okay, so you get +1 dice, but you're now under the effects of transpouter.
All right. And boot.
Ooh, you're rolling all the 6s today.
All right.
So
You can't
yeah,
get rid of
like
the bag of drugs, Himbo. You can't get rid of the bag of drugs.
there's always a bag of drugs.
So he just roars and charges over and kicks the guy in the chest.
Yeah, you kick that guy, he goes flailing into one of the other guys who's getting ready to level a pistol at you. He just goes, ugh, and kind of falls back. The gun does go off, but it like goes wide, like slams into like just like a jar with like a severed hand in it and some formaldehyde. That breaks. Just the smell of vinegar and formaldehyde goes everywhere, and the two gentlemen slump to the ground. But you get a face full of that puff of transpowder. Your eyes kind of go wide. You see, all that anger and rage that was building up just kind of fades away, and things are all right. You're feeling pretty good. Yeah, what's going on? Like,
All right. Yeah, he's wiping his eyes, seeing stars. Oh.
all right. Let's see. Yeah, that's a success with no consequences, save for the devil's bargain. So, who would like to act next?
Knowing the effect of the trance powder, is there a possibility of rifling through this Stitcher's stuff for maybe like smelling salts, something to wake our friend up? Or not wake our friend up, but like kind of get him more normal and not calm?
So you're at a Physicker's place, so you're just like, in the middle of all this chaos, you're just like, oh shit, like you realize what's happening, and you're just going to try to find something.
He's my meat shield. I'm dead without this guy.
All right. What action would you like to perform this task with?
Maybe survey?
Kind of survey the area, see if you can find something? Yeah, that works.
Yeah, see if something stands out.
I am not going to offer you a devil's bargain.
Oh, no. That's a bad failure.
Oh no.
Embalming liquid.
You're like going through vials, like this guy's got racks and racks of vials, and you're just kind of going through one, and you kind of find one that is this kind of vile, bubbling purplish color that kind of fades between like purple and red, and it doesn't have much of a label on it. Whatever it labels kind of fade, and you just kind of pop it open, you smell it, and it fucking jolts you. Like, you just, holy shit. So then you rush over to your friend, Beast, and immediately just, like, put it under his nose. And Beast, you have this moment of, like, calm. Of just serenity, like, everything's okay. And then something is shoved into your face. And just all of that calm that for just a brief moment you felt just melts away into the fires of rage. You are now under the effects of a rage essence vial. So you're kind of in the equivalent of being a berserk. Your friends are not your friends anymore. They're enemies.
Oh no. Oh no.
Your enemies are still your enemies. But everybody around you a target. Like, your fucking veins are starting to pump. Like, your eyes are starting to go red. Like, the whites of your eyes are starting to go red as the blood vessels just pop. And you're just so fucking angry. But you're not under the effects of the trance powder anymore. And literally everybody in the room with Nikolai, which is just Draft, really, is in a pretty bad situation right now. You're now in the middle of all this chaos, and now with a motherfucker that just used another motherfucker as a weapon, and now he's kind of looking at you, Drav, like, you're the nearest person. You're standing right in front of him with that vial. It's not going to be good for you, my friend. Let's see. Echo and Trace. What are you gentlemen? Which one of you gentlemen would like to act next?
I'll probably go next. I'm going to try and recover. And I'm going to take a silence potion. So the Stitch doesn't hear me coming.
Alright, so you just immediately kind of pull out a flask, pop it, drink it. Let's see, what does silence potion do mechanically?
Don't know if that actually helps or not. Hopefully it does.
Well, let's see.
A vial of golden liquid that negates
All sound within 10
sound
paces of
10
the drink.
paces.
Several minutes. Yeah, okay. And you just kind of bask in just this alchemical, like sorcery that you just drank. Like, everything, all the shadows seem to fade away a little bit, become a little lighter, and you're just, every step you take, every breath you take, just nothing. Pure silence. Now what are you doing?
And then I'm gonna hopefully prowl after him, since I'm kind of sneaking, but I'm moving after him quickly.
Okay. So even like the cawing of the ghost crow just goes silent as he's leading you because he's within 10 paces. So yeah, okay, make a prowl roll. Would you like to push yourself, or does anybody want to help you?
I don't think I'm close enough.
Yeah. How could I help?
You're so angry right now.
Yeah.
Also, you're in another room, so it would be really
Right,
it would narratively be difficult for you to help.
Right.
Trace could help with the ghost crow again if he so chooses.
Ah, yes.
Pretty easily. He's muted though, so he might be away.
I bet he was trying to
Sure.
say something.
I'll help with the ghost throw.
Okay. So you get 1 dice for the ghost crow. Go and mark his stress.
All right.
Boop.
Yep. All right. So the ghost crow is still leading you, still going through.
A 5.
You got a 5. You begin rushing down this tunnel. Now, this tunnel's not straight. Like, it's weaving back and forth. There's no real clear shot. It's going around the foundations and the supporting structures of all the buildings around it. So they kind of dug in that makeshift manner. But you know you're getting closer. Just your footpads turning to nothing, just sounding like nothing. And you can hear just the panicked breathing and the scrambling of the gentleman Stitch running away. As you turn a corner, however, there's something you don't see. A tripwire. You see it like a split second before your foot lands on it, just a little glisten of something catching the light. But even with your senses, it's a little dark. And as you step on it, a bell rings. Just ting 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 ting. But it's not within 10 paces of you. It's down on each end of the hallway. So whoever's nearby those, or can hear those, knows somebody's chasing them. So they know you're coming, but not because of your sound padding. So your next action, I will put you in a worse situation.
Right.
Meanwhile, perched upon the rooftop, rifle in hand, waiting patiently. Sadly, you don't have the same mind thing, so you can't like mentally connect with your crow. So you just kind of have to assume he's following your commands.
You're like, I think
This will be fine.
he's gonna be fine. He's a very capable crow.
All right. And let's see, who would like to go next then?
I think it's me.
Yeah, what would you like to do?
So what am I seeing from the brawl happening on the inside of the?
So as you're looking through these
Inside of the
broken
shop.
windows, like you're like on a nearby like high ground. Like you can see in, but like towards the back of the room, things sort of are outside just because of the angle you're looking down at.
Mm-hmm.
You do see Drav like rush up to Nikolai and put something in his face, and then you can see Nikolai kind of freeze and almost froth at the mouth. And from a distance, you kind of know because you've seen this happen with Nikolai before. But things have just gotten a little complicated inside that room.
You motherfucker! What have you done? All right, I will. Gosh. What is the situation looking like with the lamp blacks
Inside
in
the,
there?
inside the building, there's only like 2 left now. 2.5. Because there's the gentleman who's like was in the middle of getting stitched up.
Yeah.
So there's 2 gentlemen plus the gentleman who's being stitched up. In addition to Trav and Nikolai in the room, the other ones seem to be knocked unconscious nearby, like laying in pools of their own blood and broken glass. But all the commotion has started to draw people. People are kind of looking, like wondering what's happening. People are starting to talk, and you can see nearby blue coat patrols starting to approach.
Mm-hmm. Fuck. I was thinking about literally just shooting somebody, but
there are motherfuckers to shoot.
Yeah, that's true.
Like a distraction?
No, just getting rid of some of the craziness that's going on there.
Oh, I thought you meant like a distraction to like get the blue coats to go somewhere else or something.
I thought you just meant shoot like a rando.
So did I. I thought he meant just shoot a random person on the street so the blue coats are like, shit, what's going on?
Could you imagine? No way. I'm not that evil. Holy Christ. If there is a lamp black, kind of like, a ways away though.
You don't have to kill them.
Just kneecap.
Yeah, you just wing an orphan. So the lamp blacks, like they all kind of dress in dark colors, but they don't have like a uniform per se. So with this many crowded people kind of getting in, it's going to really be hard for you to distinguish like who's just a regular motherfucker and like who's just happens to be a big guy watching, and is that person a lamp black?
Yeah. Okay. I think I'm just gonna shoot somebody in the melee that's going on in the whatchamacallit. Just be like, it's getting too chaotic. We need to slim down the numbers. Let's simplify the order of operations here. Bang.
All right. So you are shooting at a distance into a pretty crowded room with a lot of targets. You can see most of them. Things are starting to get chaos. Like already, Nikolai's like starting to like push people out of the way and just like start just fucking sending haymakers. But we haven't quite gotten there yet. So I assume you would like to use your hunt ability.
Yeah, and my fine long rifle.
Ooh.
It is a nice gun. It will certainly put holes in people.
It has before. Okay. What does the fine do again? A tier up? What does that mean?
It means you're firing a tier 1 gun, basically, instead of a tier 0, essentially. So, I will offer you a devil's bargain. You firing with this many people in the crowd, like, I'll give you 1 dice, but it's going to cause chaos in the streets, which may complicate catching Stitch.
Mm-hmm.
So we'll be running, instead of running out into, like, you know, just a bunch of onlookers, he'll be running out into fucking pandemonium, people fleeing.
Okay. Yeah, I think I'll take that one.
Okay. Go and roll your hunt ability, sir.
So how many extra dice should it be? Just one?
Just
Because the
one.
devil's bargain?
Yeah, just 1.
Okay. And I don't know what fine does in terms of tier.
It affects,
or roll.
it's the effect rating. It's on my end.
Okay.
Hey!
Whew.
You succeed without consequence. So you fire your long rifle. The gunshot rings through the streets. People kind of... There's like a split second where like everybody's kind of holding their breath, and then people just start running. Because there's a fight. Now there's gunshots. Like, people just rushing off in every direction. Every alleyway is now just filled with people trying to get away. But inside the building... the gentleman who was like on the physiker table kind of sits up and like gets ready to like shoot someone, and then a bullet rips through his arm, knocking his gun away, and he just kind of rolls off and lands with a thud and like a pain, like as with his previous wounds and his new wound, he seems to be having to deal with other things and being a menace at the moment. But now outside, there's chaos in the streets, which will probably complicate things.
Fair.
Stitch getting away. Now, the way that's going to complicate, I'm just going to add 1 tick to his box as part of the devil's bargain. All right, who would like to go next?
Have we been through everybody?
Yeah, pretty much.
Everybody's gotten a chance, yeah. So I think it's you and me in the room.
All right, you want to go first? You want me to go first?
You go first. Yeah, you can go first. Since I did that last thing to you, so.
Okay, I would consider that a mistake, but okay.
Well, I did it to you, so there's got to be a response, right?
Right.
So.
Okay, so yeah, so I think Nikolai would try to duplicate his feat earlier, and he's gonna pick up TikTok, thinking that he's an enemy, and he's gonna try to like sort of judo flip him and throw him at the other guy in the room. The last remaining lamp black.
The one that was on the table?
No, that one just got shot. It's there's two.
Oh.
There's 2 more in the.
Oh, there's 2 more.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, because I smushed one, he shot one, and then the one I kicked is sort of hanging around. So yeah, I will try to pick up TikTok and throw him at one of the other lamp blacks.
All right, fucking go and roll it. There's this moment where you just reach out and.
Yeah, the first person he lays his hand on, he's like, "Ah!"
Makes sense. It totally makes sense.
Unlike from Drav's perspective, there's a moment where your good friend Nikolai reaches over and kind of just grabs your shoulder, and you're like, "It's okay, it's okay," and then his fist squeezes, and you're just like, "It's not okay, it's not okay," and the next thing you know, you're flying through the fucking room, smashing into a motherfucker. Go and roll your skirmish, sir.
I love it.
Oh, you're doing so good with
God.
the rolls, though. Yeah, you just fucking slam into one of the lamp blacks. You both go careening over the counter. The lamp black you crash into unconscious, and now pinning you down as his body weight is now like kind of crushing you onto the ground. This man's a pretty big brute.
How close to the table are we?
The surgery table? Because right now you
Yeah.
just got knocked onto the other side of the counter.
On the other, so that's the other side of the counter. Okay.
Yeah. So there's a
Yeah.
counter. There's a counter between you and the table.
Gotcha.
Yeah, so-
Okay.
Nikolai will fling him over there, and he just starts stomping in that direction with foam all over his mouth. He's just
So-
raving.
While that happens, I'm gonna have disguise kit on me, and I'm just gonna do a crappy job of making myself super bruised, and I am going to pretend to be dead.
Okay. What skill would you like?
Sway, like influence somebody that I'm dead, maybe like just like acting in a sense. Or would that be? I think that's the only one that really works for resolve.
Yeah, whichever one you would like to use.
Okay, come on. Partial. I can't move anywhere. I got a body on me.
All right, so you immediately just begin like kind of shuffling things around. That way, when Nikolai goes to check on his kill, as it were, you look like you're out of the fight. So please, like, don't notice me. Please don't notice me. Please don't notice me. I did put you in a worse situation, however, from your last action. Actually, no, that was. I'm sorry, that was not you. That was Echo. My bad. So yeah, you're covering that up. Things are looking pretty good. Unfortunately, I am going to give you bruised ribs as a minor harm.
Okay.
Just a minor one, though.
That's the one, right?
Yes, that's the level 1. Okay. So Nikolai just threw Drav. Drav's like, I don't want this to happen again. He's pretending to be essentially dead or unconscious. Which brings us to Trace and Echo. Which one of you would like to act?
I'll probably go first, and hopefully I can flush out a Stitch, and if needed, Trace can take the shot.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So,
So-
what would you like to do?
Now knowing that I set off the bells, I'm gonna slow down just a little bit and definitely try to sneak, in keeping an eye out for anything else. So I think that would still be prowl.
I mean, it makes sense to me, yeah.
All right.
Would you like to push yourself or do anything? to
Yes,
yourself?
I will push myself, and that is what, 2 stress.
That's 2 stress. So you get an extra die.
And you did say that I was in a worse situation, so am I in desperate?
You are in desperate, yeah.
Yikes. Critical success.
We got our
Ooh,
first
boy.
12.
Woo!
Got
Damn,
our
that was a good roll.
first crit.
5, 6, 6.
That is beautiful.
You're sneaking through this tunnel, moving, being led by this ghost crow. When you get to the end of the tunnel, Stitch had left with such speed that whoever was might have been waiting for you is just gone. They must have fled with Stitch. As you enter into the back room of this candied beetle store, or this candy shop, or just beetle shop, I guess. You see a very kind of terrified proprietor who kind of looks at you, just kind of points, trying to say something, can't say anything because he's within 10 paces and you're under magic bullshit. And you follow his finger and you see Stitch exiting the door. And with a quick move and an easy tackle, you have Stitch. You've captured him. He's struggling to get away. But you're a scoundrel. This man's just a physiker, and he's like a small, kind of thin, Weasley man. There's not a lot of strength there. But you have Stitch in your clutches now, Echo. And Trace, you can see from your vantage point, because you were covering the exit, you see this all go down. You see, Stitch open the door, he's getting ready to run, and then in a quick, shadowy movement, you just see Echo sort of just grab him by like the back of his clothing and just yank him back inside into his clutches.
It's the operatives at work. Oh, okay, time to pack it up. And I'll do a whistle, which will signal my crow to come back.
Yeah, you just whistle, and then the ghost crow that was sort of leading Arvis kind of just disappears. And then a moment later, you can see him winging it towards you.
Yeah.
Outside of the chaos that's still in the streets. Everybody's running, everybody's screaming. The bluecoats are trying to like swim upstream kind of through this crowd.
All right, and I'll climb down the ramparts, as it were. Climb down the back to the ground floor and run over to the shop, and basically be like, "We need to get the fuck out of here. Get to the chopper."
You like climb down. You're fighting the crowd. All right, so you're gonna have to fight the crowd to get there. What action are you using to
jeez.
get to your companions?
Prowl?
All right. So you're just kind of being athletic. You're pushing against the crowd. You're not trying to draw too much attention to yourself for obvious reasons.
Yeah.
All right, I'll go and roll your prowls.
And then can I push myself? Because it feels like it's getting pretty desperate with the blue coats, but we got to get out of here.
They are getting pretty close, so yeah, feel free. That's 2 stress.
Yeah. Oh boy. Okay. With an extra die. Risky situation. Roll.
Nice.
So you're elbowing your way kind of through the crowd, pushing and going. You're having a little bit better luck of it than the bluecoats are because you're just one person. But after a few moments, you find yourself up on the mezzanine on the 2nd floor, kind of looking into the chaos, telling people that we need to get the fuck out of here. And like as you're kind of like doing that, like the remaining one lampblack and a very pissed off Nikolai just kind of slowly turn towards you.
Do I see a person pretending to be dead?
He is on the other side. He's on the other side of the counter, so he's out of eyesight unless you jump over the counter.
Where the fuck is Drav?
Do you say that out loud?
Or what's his? What is your moniker? Sorry, TikTok. There we go.
Do you say that? Do you say that out loud?
Yeah.
Okay.
Where the fuck is TikTok?
Peek my head up over the counter.
We need to get the fuck in.
Is Nikolai gone?
Get going. No.
Run!
All right, Nikolai.
Yeah.
You're angry, and an enemy just dove through the door looking for one of your other enemies.
Yeah, when they go running out of the room, he will turn and chase after them.
So, if you want, I will give you a fortune roll to see if you're more interested in your rage-induced state. Because it's not just Rage Essence Vial. This was a little bit more potent than Rage Essence Vial. It sent you into Berserker Rage. So if you'd like to, I could do it. Let's do a fortune roll to see like which one is more of an enemy to you right now. Would it be Anatoly or would it be the last Lampblack?
Okay.
Go and roll a d6.
All right. Can anybody help with this?
No, this is a fortune roll. So it's just
Oh, okay.
it's
Just a d6.
How lucky is Anatoly in this moment?
I smacked him on the butt on the way out.
Oh,
Jesus.
it gave me 2 dice for some reason. I must have messed up.
Anyway, roll the 2.
Yep.
So Anatoly's like, where the fuck is Drav? And then you just turn to Anatoly like that slow kind of like, this motherfucker look. So Anatoly is certainly your favorite target at the moment.
You dumb motherfucker.
And I would like to stress, this isn't normal Rage Essence. Like, if you take the one on your character sheet, like, it doesn't Berserker Rage. It just gives you extra strength and stuff. But this was a severe consequence to a really desperate action. Okay, so what is Nikolai doing in this situation?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, so he comes into the doorway and like says something, and all Nikolai hears is "Roar, roar, roar, roar." And then he turns around and just sort of screams at him and charges across the room. And I am gonna swing at him. I'm gonna throw a wild punch. Just gonna try to clobber him.
All right.
Because fortunately, I haven't picked any weapons yet, so I've chosen to be unarmed.
Fortunately.
Like,
You've
he
been
has a
throwing
door.
doors and stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, go ahead and roll a skirmish check.
Jesus.
Is that good? Do we successfully feint each other, or am I getting beat?
Well, you get the result you narratively want. And the result I think you narratively want is to not necessarily murder Anatoly.
Right. Yes.
So you're skirmishing him. You kind of throw a punch. But if you're willing to work with me on this one, I could say that your scuffle with Anatoly.
It's more of a bull rush, maybe.
Yeah.
Like he reaches over and grabs him by the chest and just charges him out of the room.
Yeah, I feel like it would be narratively, like, to do the success with no consequences, it would remove you from the scene of the crime. Like, you bull rush Anatoly, you both end up kind of tumbling down a little bit and, like, falling into the chaos of the crowds. The rage, the modified rage essence is already starting to wear off at that point. And you're two in a situation where you can more easily, like, get away, more or less. Especially with the blue coats, like, right here. I feel like that's narratively a pretty good success.
Yeah.
Do we all agree on that?
Yes.
Oh, yeah,
absolutely.
that sounds great.
Okay.
Sounds good to me.
So that leaves Drav underneath a heavy-ass black lamp black on the other side of the counter in the middle of a scene of a crime that he planted a hit list in earlier. Drav is very quickly realizing he does not want to be here right now.
Yeah, is there still that back door behind the counter?
There is still the back door. As a matter of fact, you're pretty much right next to it.
If I can try to roll out of from under this body and limp my way out and try to blend in with the crowd.
Okay, so what ability would you like to use to kind of get this body and get out into the crowd?
So I guess what I would have to do is probably skirmish or finesse.
You can certainly skirmish the unconscious person pinning you down.
Yeah.
And you can also finesse him. It'll probably it'll have less effect than a more like physical skill would. But I guess finesse could be like you squirming your way out, or you trying to like contort yourself a little bit, so you're less of a pinnable creature.
And a desperate action that takes 2 stress again.
No, this will have a severe consequence, but you also will get an experience point for your attribute depending on what you rolled.
And that severe consequence, that's only affecting me. It doesn't affect the game.
It affects the result of your roll for it. Yeah.
Okay, cool. Then I will do a desperate action, and I will skirmish.
All right, so you just like, and I guess in a fit of just desperation and anger, you just start like attacking the thing on you, just like punching it and pushing it and doing anything you can to get it away, to get it off of you.
Having a kid fit on the ground.
Yeah, just you're attacking the situation. Okay, go ahead and make a skirmish check. Would you like to push yourself or do anything else?
What does pushing myself do?
It's 2 stress for an extra die.
Yes. Because I want to get out of here. Plus 1 die.
We've been rolling a lot of 6s, so. Oh, gee, I take it you had a skirmish of 0? Okay.
Yes, I do.
So, you're attacking. You finally get this guy off of you. You're crawling out to the door. You look down, and you see Anatoly kind of leading a not quite so angry Nikolai, but he's kind of getting there, away. And you're not sure if the gentleman you're after, Stitch, has been captured. But
I don't
as you
care at
kind
this
of
point.
stand up and you kind of get to your feet and you walk out the door and you kind of going down the mezzanine, you just feel a heavy hand kind of clap in your back. Ah, we got you.
Oh no!
Nah.
And that's what we'll end our session for today.
Oh man!
Oh,
Crap!
interesting, interesting.
Oh, now we gotta break you out.
Fun.
Prison break.
Fun.
So real quick, we'll go through experience, and then we'll do. But we're gonna do the post stuff next session, which does mean sadly, you will miss it, Ross.
Post stuff.
Yeah, like it's gonna be the heat. It's gonna be like the coin payout and all that stuff. And
Oh yeah.
because we're meeting with Sawtooth, and Sawtooth's the one who's gonna pay you.
Yeah.
But like I said, we'll record it, and hopefully it doesn't get corrupted like the last one, and do all that. And I'll kind of walk everyone through it. But we are going to do experience now. So, we'll start. I'm going to just go in alphabetical order. So, Anatoly.
Draw.
You didn't really roll any desperate actions. Drav, unfortunately, got the bulk of them, apparently. Did you address any challenges through tracking or violence? I would say yes on the track.
Yes. Yep.
All right.
Also
So
shot a man, but I'm not sure if that counts.
you did shoot a man. If something happens a lot, I'll usually give you like 2 experience.
Okay.
Now we
So
do
one-
have, we do have a lot of people, so it does mean like normally like Blades is like 3 to 4. So with the 5th person, there might be less opportunities for a lot, but we're going to give you 1 experience. Now you could put this on your special ability, like your playbook experience, or you can put it on an attribute of your choice. But you have 1 experience to put pretty much wherever now.
Mm.
Now, did you express your beliefs, drives, heritage, or background? Military background, I feel like got expressed with your surveying and kind of drew on that a little bit in the flashback,
Okay.
if you recall.
Yep.
Is there anything else? This is like the negotiation part because
I made a lot of comments towards Arvis and I working together because it's like, oh yeah, this again, the operatives have made it work. Of course we have. Pata being in the military.
All right. So,
yeah, sure.
okay, so I'll give you 2 experience for that. So you're up to 3 now. Did you struggle with issues from your vice or traumas? Not really.
No, I wouldn't say I did. Yeah.
All right, so you just get 3 experience. Now go and place them wherever
Okay.
you like. I think you need like 8 experience to get a new special ability, and you need 6 total to increase to get another dot. Do keep in mind that when you do get a new dot in one of your attributes, you cannot raise anything above 3 yet.
3.
You have to
Yeah.
get a special crew upgrade for that.
Yeah, a mastery or something. Yeah.
Yeah, it's
I do
actually 4.
remember-
I think it's like 4 crew upgrades to get mastery. It's a lot.
Yeah. I don't know. What would you recommend? Is it good to push for special abilities or
Is there another
An
special
attribute
ability
points.
you really want? Remember, you can take Ghost Hunter multiple times too, and each time you get another special ability.
Yeah.
But
I'm
also,
happy
there's
with-
like Sharpshooter's really good. There's a lot of like all of the hunt ones are pretty fucking good.
I like scout or focused or sharpshooter. But
Vengeful's-
also like
Vengeful's
I
not a
think
bad.
Prowl-
Yeah, I'm sorry. I was gonna say Vengeful's not a bad one because it gives you another experience trigger.
Oh, so it kind of builds on itself.
Yeah, I guess if you want to technically min max, you just take that one and then you like make sure that you're always paying someone back.
I'll do 1 in prowess because I think prowl, like moving around, It was useful. And let's say 2 in special abilities. There we go.
Okay, excellent, excellent. All right, so that's your experience. We will now move on to Arvis Slain. Echo.
Hello.
All right. Well, you didn't roll any desperate actions, right?
2.
Okay, go and place your experience. Do you remember what skills they were? That.
They were both prowl.
Okay, so you put 2 in the prowess. You all that's the one experience you do the second you do it, because we might forget about it like at the end of the session. So go and give yourself the 2 prowl experience. Prowess. All right. Did you address a challenge with stealth or evasion?
Stealth, yeah.
That'll get you 1. You didn't really evade much, but you did definitely address a challenge with stealth. Did you express your beliefs, drives, heritage, or background?
Not particularly. Just sneaking up on the guard when he wanted to talk to me.
Okay, so we're just going to say nix on that.
Yeah.
Did you struggle with issues from your vice or traumas during the session?
I don't think so.
Alright, so you get 1 experience to place wherever you like.
Alright.
I'm getting that prowess up. I think you marked 2 on your prowess. Because you had 2 from the actions and then 1 experience, so you should have 3 prowess.
Oh, okay.
Okay. Alright, Azra's not here. Drav! Now you've already marked your prowess experience because you had 2 desperate rolls.
prowesses. Yeah.
Alright. Did you address any challenges with deception or influence? Yes.
Yes. The flashback, the planning of the documents, and I faked being dead.
I think out of everyone, you've probably did that the most. I'll give you 2 experience for that. Did you express your beliefs, drives, heritage, or background?
I don't think so.
Alright, and you didn't really struggle with your vice or traumas, really.
No.
Alright, so you get 2 experience. Go and place them wherever you'd like.
Let's do special abilities.
2 into special abilities. Alright,
Cool.
and last but certainly not least, the beast, who just beasted all over everyone.
Yeah.
Alright. I don't really think you made any desperate rolls.
I think there was only the one, and that was our prowl roll.
Yeah,
And I think I failed it. Yes. Oh no, it says standard. Never mind.
yeah.
So
think
no, I
it was
didn't. I
standard.
don't think I made any desperate rolls.
Now, you literally addressed every goddamn challenge with violence or coercion, pretty much.
Right.
So I'll definitely give you two experience for that. Did you do anything that expressed your beliefs, strides, heritage, or background?
See, Underworld. Underworld is background, yeah? And then
It is, yeah.
Thug. And then Thug. I guess I should look at what Thug means.
Well,
It
you
just means-
threaten the guards.
Yeah.
Yeah, I kind of bullied and threatened the guards to get them to leave. I think that's thuggish. But I would have to look at what Thug is.
Oh, it's the specific thing is kind of open-ended. It's kind of what we make of it. So,
Oh, okay.
this phase of the game is kind of more of a negotiation. You could always argue for yourself if you feel like you did, and maybe I don't. You feel free to make an argument for things.
I'd argue for you in one thing. You kept saying, do we really have to kill everyone? So do you have, a belief in,
Oh yeah, that's part of his background, or I guess his belief system. He always wants to try to avoid violence if he can.
Always with the violence.
he happens to be really good at violence, but he doesn't want to do that. He kind of avoids the fights if he can.
So maybe you're getting the guards to leave was you're just expressing your belief, hey, let's not resort to our base instincts here.
Right. He didn't want to have to kill them.
Okay. So you'll get 1 experience for that, plus 2 from your violence or extortion. You didn't really struggle with your vice.
No, I just embraced it.
You just embraced it. That will be 3 experience. So where would
okay,
you like
and-
where would you like to put your 3 experience?
Oh golly.
So you're starting to realize very quickly, like, desperate rolls suck in the game, but they're really great for getting experience. So sometimes you get shot in the gut, but you get an experience point for it.
Yeah.
So, gosh, I gotta figure out where to put them.
I know there's so many options.
I know it's difficult, right?
I know special abilities look great. Like Battleborn looks awesome.
It just takes a while.
Yeah. And then I'm pretty good at skirmishing. I want to try to get command up. So I'll put everything into resolve.
Okay, going for that 3rd dot of
Yeah.
fuck off. Like, get out of here.
And he may eventually try to tap into sway.
Yeah, because you don't have to
Right.
choose now. You only choose when it maxes out, and then because you could always change your mind.
Sweet.
All right, so
Himbo.
what's up?
Sorry, quick question for you. For the intros that we all had with meeting our people, you wouldn't attribute that to anything with background or vice, would you?
I absolutely would, yeah. Because it's not necessarily
So-
something that has to be related to an action in those regards. That could just be through roleplay.
Okay, because I do know that they brought up Nerix brought up my background in betrayal and with the nobility, but then also I struggled during my vice with her.
I'll give you 1 experience for that.
Nice.
Appreciate it.
All right. And that will end the experience portion. And then next session we will do the payoff. Now remember, we get +1 heat from one of the consequences from the hit list you put into the guy's fucking shop. But I'll go ahead and stop recording.